This is Jupiter Exile, and we're getting settled in for a bit of sunless skies. This is Jupiter Exile, getting settled in for sunless skies. I've forgotten to mute something. Oh, there we go. Let's get that moved over here. Announcements. Let's let people know what I'm doing. Oh. We've got some friends in the new Made in Abyss game. Huh. Well. Okay, let's see. I think that is everything scene 2. Oh, no, because I'm not in the proper interface. I need to go to the stream manager here. And we're ready to begin. I have been away for a while in terms of streaming and doing more casual things, and I've been very busy trying to get some things together, as I had mentioned before. But today, we should have time to play, and I've gotten everything lined up so that we can play. I have been playing more Sunless Skies on and off in shorter stints, maybe about an hour or two at a time periodically, to accomplish a lot of errands. We almost died once in the course of this, but there are a few things that have changed since the last time I had loaded up the game. And so, the things we've accomplished. We traveled from the Blue Kingdom back to the Reach. I learned when exiting the Blue Kingdom, if you have eaten petrichor, you gain a quality called Dining with the Dead, and you need to pay a tax in order to leave. There are various ways of paying the tax. You can also leave your heart behind in the Blue Kingdom as a means of carrying over the debt until your next visit. So you need to be careful about not eating petrichor. In response to this, I have prepared in the bank something like 30 supply. 30 supply that I can steadily withdraw from while I'm operating in the Blue Kingdom. I went from the Reach to Albion and completed a few errands. One of the things I did in Albion was get back to work on the Albion Eleutheria relay, which I used to travel to Eleutheria, where we gathered several pages of lost lore in Eleutheria, which it seems are necessary to progress in the Forge of Souls. I also completed the plotline for the Hoarder, transmuting him into the Immutable Hoarder. It gives a +10 Veils affiliation with Bohemia. At the end of his plotline, he became more truly preserved, but this sapped away a lot of his inherent greed. It was kind of dulled as a character. Yeah. Hoarder is now silent, meticulous, eternal as nothingness. I also found my way inside of the mountain that sings in Lustrum, and I found that there was kind of a nest of curators being seen to by Mr. Pennies. The curators there were being held in a kind of stasis near the end of their life, trying to feed them hours to prolong their lives, as long-lived creatures and creatures that exist in the word used was a distinguished place in the chain, I believe. Their sins are more meaningful, and so they had come to fear death. I expect that their trip to the Blue Kingdom would be notably harsher than ours, because they had done things that were wrong, and so Mr. Pennies was taking care of them. I tried to extort him, and he dropped me off on the side of the mountain from somewhere up notably high. Let's see, other matters. I advanced my work with the Royal Horologist's office, but they wanted me to go to a 4th location. I did see the magician for the Fortunate Navigator in Alton. He then asked me to assist him in escorting Alton, the corpse, to the Door of the Dead. And so that's something to be done here in the Blue Kingdom. I still need to do things with the Forge of Souls for the Clay Conductor, and theoretically also the Blemmigan Voyager. Yeah, peculiar. I don't understand that just yet. And so after that stint in Eleutheria, we returned to the Reach, and now finally again to the Blue Kingdom and Skybarnet. And here we're going to review what we need to get done. So I picked up, yes, Undistinguished Souls for the Forge. They want 5. Picked up some prospects. And I think I should hire on a litigator before I do anything else, because those are useful to have here. I would like something that can assist me with Veils challenges. I can use Ministry-approved literature to get a Cowled Loquacitor. I can also accept a volume of notes from the cultural attaché. Ministry-approved literature we can carry around. Let's make sure we're carrying about 3 in case we need to renew the contract while we're out and about. If you fail to renew the contractor, you have to come back here to get them again. There we go. Yeah. They will assist us once a month. The Embassy of Albion wants us to do certain things that will require us to park in at the House of Days and get some resources that we are not good at testing for because we don't have good Veils. Even with the Hoarder and some level ups, our Veils comes out to 40. It's just not an end game value. But the first thing I want to do is try and head over to the Forge of Souls, which is going to force me to go through the Advocacy of Sloth. We usually have a very, very dangerous encounter on this trek. Let's see what we run into. Oh, that's not traversable. Nope, didn't have that discovery before. That would be the sound of the Logos. Okay, that was 3 shots and I successfully backpedaled out. Got him. Okay, 4 shots, dead hits on the Wrath of Heaven will be enough. I would like to claim its embers. You send out a complement of stokers to tame the immortal flame. The rest of you watch from the gallery window. There is not a sound in the room as your crew near the Logoi. Sunspots to the sun. They work with caution, but one leans too close. Were they transfixed by the glaring beauty? The rest return later with fuel and the ashes of their fellow. They are subdued. They tell you she wept before falling. Only a single terror from that. It is said they guard vaults of hidden souls. Alright, well, that's our second successful encounter with a Logoi. That one went very well. We didn't even take any damage. Alright. Let's try and get that audience. I am permitted in the Lyceum. I had to become ephemera for that, which we've done. Get a port report. An audience with the Lamentation of Mists. This is our goal. Tribute to the Lamentation. Provide an endorsement from your litigator. 1 scrap of ancient knowledge. That is much, much cheaper. The loquacitor produces a torrent of carefully researched material, arguing for the primary importance of the material you've brought. Has the unworthy scribe seen the like? No, he is not. The scribe leads you through the Lyceum and towards the Chamber of Restoration, where the Lamentation of Mists spends her days sifting through the ashes. Audio quality good? Looks good. I felt like I needed to check for a moment, because the music became interesting. A scribe spinster the size of a chapel rests in the center of the Chamber of Restoration. Her wings are pale as lambskin and thick as a Bible. She holds her wings to her and keens in soft utterances of fragmentary speech. She is bound by a long length of chain to a massive book, illuminated in black and gold and shackled to the floor. As you enter, her blind face turns to you. First things first. Permission to see the roll of ash. The Lamentation examines you for a long moment. One wooden finger, long as a spear, taps thoughtfully on the floor. Then she rattles off a staccato set of directions through the Lyceum. The didact scribbles them down. Return here afterwards, she says, would speak. Leaving the Lamentation's presence, you follow her directions into the jumbled chaos of the Lyceum. The route is complicated, seems largely untraveled, as if the local denizens avoid it. Eventually you enter a cavernous chamber. The devil didact gasps. The Roll of Ash is not a book or a scroll. It is a library. The chamber is huge, its walls gridded with square alcoves reaching all the way to the ceiling. In each alcove is a marble tablet engraved with sigils of the correspondence. The didact dons a set of stained glass spectacles and a tin hat, and his fingers dance over a tangle of charms at his neck. Only then does he begin to read. These are the names of a son, he says, indicating the higher sigils on a slab. And this, he frowns at a lower sigil, perhaps most mundanely translates as cause of death. This place is a cenotaph, a memorial to dead stars. He examines several more slabs. See, the sons differ, but the cause of death is identical in every case. An exchange of courtesies. He steps back, counting the rows and ranks of the alcoves. Hundreds. He shudders abruptly. I think that's enough. We should return to the Lamentation. You retrace your steps through the Lyceum. The didact is quiet. When you emerge from the Lyceum, the Lamentation sends for you immediately. Well, she asks, crawling forward on her angular limbs to loom over you. The sigil-scrawled wooden mask of her face is, as ever, unreadable. I think, the didact hesitates, I think a great many stars have died under the veneer of this courtesy. Hundreds of them, in fact. The Lamentation issues a shrill, jagged sound. Is she laughing? That chamber? One annex of Roll of Ash. Annex 34, she says, of 278. Then she dismisses you. She has had her fun. The didact turns to you. Can we return to New Winchester? I need to think. I have more to do there. I'm assuming I'll have to pay every time I want an audience. Yeah, it's a good thing I brought a litigator. So I can do this only 3 more times. I can ask to be yoked? Why would I? There must be a reason. Interesting. Permission to repair the Forge of Souls. Abruptly, she dismisses the unworthy scribe. As the great bronzewood doors swing closed, the Lamentation crawls closer to you, softly keening as she leans over you. You must use the forge to make new scribe spinsters for her. Her tone is insistent, desperate. They were made here once, before their library was destroyed. Then you may do as you wish. The Amaranthine edict over the forge would not be broken so long as nothing new was made at the forge. The westernmost king would not concern himself with that. She's been alone for so long, and her work at the Lyceum would only benefit. She drifts away from you, still whispering. That works for me. I've dealt with the Ombudsman. She flaps her great fragile wings. Waste would have made a good servitor if he had only understood. Bureaucracy serves power, not the other way. She plucks a sheath of paper from one of her shelves. Recompense, maps of the kingdom from ages past. She wrenches a white stone tablet from the ground. A study of the fears of stars. Whew! The fears of stars is certainly a searing enigma. While I'm here, let's beseech for a testament of salt. The recognition that a spirit is liberated from the shackles of the mortal life. The trials for the testament of salt take place in the sepulchral archives below the reading room. Lazulite pillars thick as the ribs of a colossus hold up the many-vaulted roof. Great windows bereft of glass allow sunlight to flood in, bright as death. All but the nearest pillars are obscured in splendid immortal radiance. 3 bodies are required to test the validity of your claim. Should you fail, punishment will be visited upon them. Very well. The lamentation is hanging from her long chain on a pillar before you. She requests that you select 3 companions to act as a guarantee of your good faith. Servants are considered suitable, but she supposes friends or employees will do. 3 gunners. Straws are drawn. Grim acceptance dawns. You will undergo the trial of appetite. 3 gunners may receive your fate. Selection is at the Lamentation's discretion. You step into the bright, guided by the Lamentation's voice. Your 3 crew members are behind you. Ground dips, there are stairs, and then your vision darkens, adjusts. You are placed in a box. You have only the company of the Lamentation's crooning and cradling until she remembers to let you out 3 days later. You are neither fed nor watered during this period. When you emerge, it is into a vast banqueting hall where the red of the meat contrasts with the deep sapphire of the table. Tender white meats and curried vegetables, sauces red and gold and spiced. It has been prepared for you. There's no one else here after all. What catches your eye? Vegetables, the meats, or the dessert? You approach the lazulite tables, groaning from the weight of the platters placed upon them. There is an approximation of a London table setting. The number of napkins is correct, but there are far too many knives. I feel like the knives is a bait. If I am to be absent from the notion of life, dessert would be that which best reflects the Blue Kingdom. The desserts catch my eye. Your mouth waters as you approach the chocolate, the Victoria sponge, the mousse, the richest sticky toffee pudding you've ever laid eyes upon. You are ravenous. To achieve the testament of salt, you must demonstrate iron discipline over your stomach, even as the aroma of succulent flesh and perfectly, immaculately fried vegetables wafts over you. If you are a cannibal, you can turn up your nose. I'll distract myself. You content yourself in the torrid vicissitude of what you know, the twists and dramatic ironies, the strange plays of fate and the awful revelation of the skull beneath the skin. It is a precious jewel, keeps you occupied for hours while the food cools slowly all around. Hours later, the unworthy scribe appears to take you away. Oh, well done. You have passed. Your crew are safe. That's enough regarding the Lamentation of Mists. I wish to visit the Clerk of Sevens. I have found several correspondence sigils while I was running around, mostly in the Reach. The clerk is silent for a long moment after you hand her the sigils. Then, thank you. Sincerely. I wasn't certain you, anyone, could do it. She hauls several heavy clay tablets from beneath her desk and begins carving correspondence sigils into them with a knife. As she works, she gives you a partial explanation. The set of tablets bear the terms of her service. Each sigil you brought her has its place, expanding the scope of a phrase here, or introducing contradictions there. This will grant me a period of freedom. If I return occasionally, the king might not even notice I'm gone. It will only last for a time, but, she grins fiercely, I intend to make the most of it. Where do you intend to go? A standing invitation to Langley Hall. I'll look for familiar faces there. Everybody has a standing invitation to Langley Hall. Let's go to the Forge of Souls. What do we need? We can repair the forge. Once every chamber of the forge was ruled by its own spirit who allowed the chamber to perform its function. Now they're gone, mad or lost or slumbering. To relight the forge, those spirits will need to be drawn back. Got it. Souls first. There are eerie lights in the forge as the first venturer melts away the souls, freed from their glass like so much candle wax. He pours the remains over the kilns. The red ministers will be pleased, he says, offering these spirits far more affection than the slurry of souls now dripping over the clay. They're returning, he tells you, or waking at least. Let's see. Ah, I see. I can keep providing souls, and then Bronzewood can be done, or condemned experiments. Well, I had these souls to complete a delivery, but the delivery is less important than this. A chaos of light. The Forge of Souls is operational once more, so 5 jumbles was enough. Good. In his delight, the first venturer goes to embrace you, but thinks better of it. You've done it, Captain. The servants of the Forge have woken. Come, let us see who we can make. He leads you into the newly bright chambers. Along the way, he introduces you to the host of spirits. You meet Throws and Dominions, the Red Ministers, to whom the venturer is deferential in the extreme. The Principalities of Chalcedon, the Sisters in Green and Gold, and the White Minister herself. The Forge is repeopled with spirits. The real work can now begin. I need first to craft a Scribe Spinster, requiring an aspect of verdance. Donate items to certain spirits to gain unique aspects. These aspects can then be combined to create something of your choosing. So you have to pay to enter the forge, and then you need to do things, which seems... Okay, you have Caprices of the Forge, the Hourglass, aspect of Dominion, aspect of verdance. You can craft crew members. Okay. Souls for an aspect of Incarnadine. Bronzewood for an aspect of verdance. Hours for an aspect of the Hourglass. And glass for an aspect of Dominion. Crew members. An Immaculate Soul. Scribe Spinster. Okay, so what I need most is verdance and Dominion, which is 2 panes of glass and a Bronzewood. That will allow me to make a Scribe Spinster. I don't know what the payment is to get into that. The Blemigan stands on your foot. It reaches up to your hand and gives it a firm, solemn pat. This is where it wishes to be. The Blemigan clambers through the furnace gate and into the forge. It does not look back. Later, when you ask the venturer of the Blemigan's well-being, he chuckles. Cocky little thing, isn't it? Didn't want any help figuring out the workings of the forge. Funniest thing, it made an identical copy of itself. A bit fatter, perhaps, calmer for sure. A mushroom at peace with what it is. That is, being a mushroom. Last I saw of them, they were headed into Lyceum. Your Blemigan Voyager has created something to grow old and fraudulent with. It has traveled, adventured, and now it retires with companionship. What human could ask for more? I need to pick a new mascot real quick. We will select the perfect pangolin. Well, that's dandy. Glad I was able to do something for that. The Lyceum. Return to the Forge of Souls. The sisters in green and gold raise their limbs, as though shrugging. The red ministers are implacable behind their woven masks. The principalities scurry away from you and will not consider your request. Only the white minister, bearing her voice in a silken casket, consents to hear you out. She informs you that a new soul requires a template, but the Amaranthine Edict forbids new templates from being created. If one wishes to receive an exemption, one must visit the Sun's daughter at death's door. You will need a testament of salt to petition her. The clay conductor punctuates all this with a grumbled monologue of impatience. What's required to forge a companion? You do not express your desire aloud, so the white-robed spirit who appears to float towards you must have caught the movement of your head as you surveyed the forge for a suitable chamber. Their robes appear almost liquid as they ripple through the forge towards a filigree brass door, warm to the touch. The heat that engulfs you on the other side makes your skin prickle and breath catch. You are inside a tiny chamber, immaculately clean despite the smoke billowing from the furnace set into one wall. At the center is a stone plinth bearing a crumpled object 6 feet in length. The crumpled object on the plinth is an empty sack of leathery skin. Its head is featureless, but for a mouth and 2 ragged holes where eyes should be. The spirit places 4 neatly labeled vessels beside the skin. Each contains a soul. The one you select will determine what your companion becomes. As you consider your choice, the spirit stares at you. It could be an illusion, but their facial features appear to morph in the flickering light from the furnace. I want to think about this some more before I go through with it. Okay, what is the charge to get back into the forge? Oh, I'll share some sky stories, for sure. He fetches wine, Greyfield's famous mushroom wine from the Neath. Not many bottles left. Oh no, I've already done this before. Okay, so you can continue doing that. Back to the forge. I see. So I need a testament of the feather each time I want to go inside. So I'm going to need a testament of the feather, 2 panes of glass, and 1 bronze wood. Also be handy if I brought back some more souls to take care of this. I don't know if I actually have 2 panes of glass ready in storage, which is a bummer. But this is not immediate urgency here. Not necessarily. I do want to actually find my way up to Death's Door before I leave the Blue Kingdom this time around. Man of Fire. A knock at your door in the night. You open it and find a crewman slumped in the corridor. Is he all right? His skin is scalding. And what's that on his neck? Words written on his skin? A confession? He looks up. His eyes shine as if candles burned in them. He opens his mouth. It is lit from below by the blue fires burning in his belly. He stands and lurches forward. Fire, a livid blue, gushes from his mouth and ignites his clothes as you bash the door closed in the nick of time. He thumps and claws the other side, flames licking under the door. The wood begins to smolder. Then you hear raised voices. Your officers? Gunshots, then a voice. Captain, are you all right? You open the door. The crewman is dead. His clothes have burned away, and his skin is covered in writing branded onto him, a comprehensive litany of his every crime and guilt and embarrassment. Some of your rescuers avert their eyes. Others cannot help but read in horror. I believe the fire that follows serves the courtesy. It is not in itself the courtesy. That being said, to have the sins of a judgment written out upon them would be a peculiar thing indeed. For who decries what is a sin if there is no law? Is there something that is implacable or objective when even things like time and space are not? Tag me just a little bit. Scornflukes often fire in strange directions. Well, I know enough about Scornflukes to harvest souls from them. Scornflukes use their vast spines to reap souls for the knowledge they might contain. You can extract what this one collected. We can get immaculate souls out of Scornflukes now. Excellent. Those are pretty valuable. As before, any cantankeries I take out, we will be... Well, I would like to be carving them apart, but not every cantankery could be harvested for meat. What was that sound? I heard like a... Did I set up some other notification that I don't remember? Maybe. That's the sound of a Logos? It definitely is. Okay, I think there's a way around here. Oh, I can go north through here. Yeah, that would be a Logos. I would like to be able to see myself a bit better. Okay, I took a bit of a passing shot there. Whew. That wasn't too bad. It seems each of the Logos are near staircases like this. The Logoi. I think the proper plural is Logoi. There's a wonder here. The sun does not move, so the dial must. Horologian. The great dial, Horologian, is in motion. It is the clock of the Blue Kingdom, dictating the hours of the observances, rituals which govern the progress of the spirit toward death's door. Beneath its face, thousands of spirits labor to power its revolution. Above, greater spirits of aureate majesty preside over the regular observances. It is both a symbol and vital function of the bureaucracy of the dead. Let's approach. The observances are mandatory for spirits at Horologion. There is an observance for every status, and once begun, may not be escaped. Your engine lands at the appointed place in the shadow of the gnomon. You step from your engine onto the face of the great dial. Aureate ministers with crowns of molten gold turn to you as you disembark. An observance is about to begin. You are about to be shown your place. Witnessed how the antedeceased become ephemera when Horologion dictates. You are not permitted to participate, but you may watch. A flock of antedeceased crosses the dial. Some are living, still in Skyfarer's garb. Others are spirits caught between life and death. One quakes beneath their porcelain mask. Aureate ministers assist the antedeceased in their transition. Masks of smoldering flame are placed over their heads. Their garments and forms are rent, bearing them into the sun's light. A scent like myrrh and incense emerges as the light begins to fade. The new ephemera are shepherded in the direction of death's door as junior ministers appear to begin the cleanup. Horologion's face turns. Well, that's what was happening right now. I should be careful if I go there as an ephemera. Well, if I go there again as an ephemera. I don't know what that might mean, what I might be obligated to do. This is the court of the sun's daughter. Thriving flower beds, statues, obsessively trimmed grass, an ornamental lake shining and perfectly circular like a dropped shilling. These surround the glittering palace called the Shadow of the Sun. Well, make a port report real quick. When you write your report on death's door, it's difficult to avoid slipping into philosophy. What does it all mean? Is this all there is? After a few attempts, you find more luck in writing about the spirits of the dead, as baldly and bluntly as though they are imported cabbages. Shades arrive in ever greater number. The Blue Kingdom finds it difficult to meet demand. You've heard rumors that there are even disguised members of the living among the influx of spirits, trying to slip through the door while alive. Outside the Shadow of the Sun, a rising chaos is barely contained. She is the Arbiter of Fates, the daughter of the Sapphired King. The Shadow of the Sun was built for her and around her. As you approach the palace, a pair of yoked spirits bar your way. Only the yoked are permitted an audience with the Arbiter of Fates, says one of the spirits, his voice emanating from the jar in his hands. We cannot help you. Be on your way. So I need to be yoked in order to interact here. Being yoked is clearly disadvantageous. The unflowers have petals of parchment. Their stems are tightly wound scrolls. The island is filled with them, but they are not allowed to grow as they please. Instead, they are cultivated in meticulous patterns. A yoked spirit tends to the island, pruning and studying the unflowers with infinite diligence. She is known as the gardener archivist. She greets you at the dock, hand raised in silent greeting. What can we learn? You manage to skim the unflower's page petals faster than they can deteriorate. It's the story of a trial, an accused murderer who didn't commit the crime, a bribed judge, a duped jury, a callous prosecutor. Only the defending lawyer can save him, but the odds are overwhelming. She receives a strange note, perhaps from the actual culprit. She embarks on a fateful search for the truth. But as you approach what could be a conclusion, she catches an obscure strain of flu. The trial proceeds without her. She dies, coughing and bedbound, not knowing its outcome. The parchment crumbles to nothing between your fingers. Ask the gardener archivist what's wrong. It takes her a moment to work up the courage to unburden herself. Every decade I'm ordered to raise the unflowers and plant anew, she says finally, even though it leaves their stories unfinished forever. It's a matter of space, you say. We don't have room for them all. That time's approaching again, the ending of the unended. Before that day, can you help me finish as many of these stories as we can? I can't tell you how thankful I am. The gardener archivist pauses to collect herself. With a magnifying glass and a mirror and a great degree of care, I can read the beginning of an unflowered story without causing it to wilt. I'll select one for you that I think can be ended without too much trouble. Come back when you're ready to begin. Let's try. She hands you a flower pot. It contains an unflower, a huge and delicate papyrus blossom, sprouting from ink-black soil. Don't read it until you arrive at your destination, cautions the gardener archivist, or it'll decay into nothing. You must go to Lustrum. Once there, read the unflower. You'll know what to do. Interesting. Alright, so, in order to do more here at the Shadow of the Sun, we need to be yoked. We can theoretically be yoked at the library. Even though that's possibly going to do bad things for us in various other ways. It seems as though this is, we're up at the top of the kingdom. This is about as much as it came to. So, before being yoked, I want to go back to the House of Days. I want to try and get a testament of the feather before I change my status. Logos of the Propriety. Took a little bit of damage. Thankfully, the logos are very large, so hitting them's not the worst thing. I'll try and grab some embers. Yeah, partial again. That's another crew member lost. Another crew member lost. I want to see what exists to the west of Horologian. Oh, maybe I don't want to see that. Missed. How many of these things are there? Quite a lot, I trust. We can improve some skills real quick. So I can keep spending experience to increase attributes, but the cost increases by 1,000 every time I do, until I've used up 10 increases within an attribute. And the baseline is 3,000, so it's not cheap at any step of the way. Oh. Take that down. Couple of souls. Is there anything else around? Oh, that's the sound that my Ratronaut makes when I send him out. Found a few more things. Alright, let's see what we've got. I did get the higher tier scout from Mr. Menageries. It's known as the Ratronaut. Is this another port, or just a curiosity of some kind? No, it's just tumbling stuff. Hardly worth the trip. All right. Say, what are those guys called? They're not resurrectionists. It's a resurrectionist ship. Let's see. You're jumping into seas. My first, let's see. I'd say my tips for that are probably to focus on port reports in a loop for your first couple outings. Your goal is always going to be to kind of explore and pay attention to what is sold at each of the ports to know where you can get additional fuel and supplies. When you're first playing Sunless Seas, the trick is usually keeping your fuel and supplies at the right level while making money. Buy a house as soon as you can, because like having a house improves what will be inherited if you die. I will leave the dead to their affairs. If we dine with the dead, we can learn some things, but we'll be obligated in exchange. These individual shots don't do very much damage. The danger is getting caught in a bunch of them. Still not done, eh? Logos of the Perfection. Got it. Whew. I'll just celebrate my victory. Defeating the Logos, or the Logoi, is not very rewarding. That's really something. I'm gonna take a trip by the White Well to see if those other parishioner folks have died yet. They came out here without supplies and no access to supplies. But I now have enough supplies that I could actually run supplies for them. Keep harvesting souls. I certainly know my way around some Scornflukes at this point. Being able to farm selections of immaculate souls off of them is quite nice. The other tip I would give for Sunless Seas is, if you die, do not have your map inherited. Exploring the map gives you experience, and if you inherit your map, you won't be able to re-explore it, and it's going to cut off an important gain of experience for your next captain. The church is half buried in snow. The church is a shelf, half collapsed, bedecked in webs. A little digging reveals the psalmists themselves, their perfectly frozen corpses scattered haphazardly among the pews. The priest died with his knife raised to strike. They're shriveled and gaunt beyond imagining. You can't tell if the windows or the hunger got to them first. The widows, not the windows. The priest mentioned that his sect split off from the cult at Old Tom's Well. Perhaps they'd welcome the chance to bury their wayward son. Yep, that was worth doing. Ouch. It was a bit of a jolt. I wasn't expecting to scrape anything with a... like, I was just holding up. Well, they won't be needing any supply runs anymore, that's for certain. Rolls of bombazine for sale, that's nice. Buy a bit, bring on a bit more fuel. I don't believe there's much to be done here in the stone-faced court. Right, I've already gotten a Testament of Roses. I need to be more considerate of the various materials I've acquired here. Let's see. They're not related to the soul. They're not marked under peculiarities, so possessions. Is there a set of... Blue Kingdom possessions. Testament of Salt, Roses, and the Litigator. So a Testament of the Feather is the only testament that we are aware of, but do not currently possess. I'm going to be going down to the House of Days. I'm going to take a bit of damage there. Logos of the Visitation, right? Got him. I think I'll be taking the terror reduction, unless I get some other drop out of these that I'm not aware of yet. Yeah, if it's always just fuel or terror reduction, that is nothing. I should be flying past these guys. Then again, I think I'm gaining an amount of experience. Slip past these forward guns. Get in close with the Vala. Demolished. Thank you for the repairs. The loot on these guys isn't worth a lot. I'll take the outside route down to Sky Barnet. I'm presuming that I can slip around this on the western side. So the things I needed to do here for the sake of the truth are done. The question is how much more I want to do for the conductor, as well as if I want to go to Death's Door for the navigator. I would kind of like to get those things done. We've got another Logoi nearby. Let's see, I'm gonna try going south around the Feast of Cats to the House of Days. It sounds like the Logoi is getting quieter, so I think it's over to the northeast. Now it's getting louder, so there's probably another one right ahead of me. I'm just going to go past this one. There we go. If there are resurrectionists flitting about, I think I can usually assume that the Logoi is preoccupied with them. And then I can just keep going. It's a real shame that it's not rewarding to fight them. As I'm getting to the point where I think I can actually fight them. I did encounter again one of those creatures in Eleutheria. It's called an Undeparted. Right, lots to do here. The porch is a Right, I can return within. This is where I belong. So the Testament of the Feather is the peculiar one. It takes a cryptic benefactor to try, and my veil sets me at 45, with 10 veils there. Okay. That's my best Veils option, isn't it? It's about right. I can give up 10 mirrors for 2 Veils by switching to the Navigator. I'll pop through one storylet to update that value. 48%. Seems that's really the best I can do. I'm going to make about 2 attempts at this. Got it, thank goodness. I can farm Cryptic Benefactors by blowing up ministry ships and giving up secrets. You tell a story that moves the attendant to tears. You invoke the influence of your benefactor. You embellish certain points and gloss over others. It is enough. I have a friend in another court. You will only need to bring a message from me, says the attendant, proud of his generosity. All the trouble of your case will land on someone else. The attendant inscribes the testament of the feather in clay and bakes it with a glare of his will. When you pick it up, it feels like a brick that has been left in the sun. Huh. I need to have more of these, actually. Thank goodness. Okay, so I had another job to do here. I don't remember which court it was in. What's the journal? It's not related to Long's Passage. That's at Death's Door. We've got a lot of stories. Mysteries of Caduceus. Where did that go? It's not in the Chamberlain's absence. It's the job I took on about renegotiating the lease for London's embassy here. Right, I suppose I've left the Defiant Devil at the Avid Horizon for a very, very, very long time. Here it is, involved in a rental dispute. Court of Mules. There we go. Contest the interpretation of the embassy lease. You must surrender your testament of the feather in order to be given a place in line. Then you must wash your body with a sponge dipped in vinegar water. After this, the masked attendant kneels beside you on a square of bleached linen. She takes careful and copious notes. She does say, with a sigh, you can never tell with contracts drawn up by devils. Finally, she asks, should the ambassador of Albion hold the toll tower, though it belonged to the devils for millennia? Though she's already stretched her time with imported hours? Though she has no respect for bounds? Yeah, she's made great progress. Also, fuck them devils. They have enough. Very well, says the attendant. The Mayflies control precedent that pertains to unfairly short contracts, rents, and leases of life. Ask them to rule. Lost one testament of the feather, so then we have to go on to the Court of Mayflies. Rental dispute. Ah, they want a selection of immaculate souls. Thankfully, I have those. "3 days for a contract of lease? Not reasonable. Precedent states this cannot be correct. Therefore, the lease must have another meaning." The official of the court embellishes your copy of the lease with roughly 50 small red stamps, then shouts for you to make way for the next applicant. Take your paperwork to the Pansercritus to have it converted from word into action. Oh, oops. What do I need to get to the Pansercritus? Testament of the Feather. Yeah, it's 2 Testaments of the Feather and your liver if you don't come with a litigator. The cowled loquacitor takes your Testament of the Feather and copies out the text 3 times on fresh papyrus. To this, it adds a lengthy documentary account of your travels in the Blue Kingdom so far. Then it prepares a table of contents for your documents, enumerating where the reader may find the original testament and where they may look for each of the copies. When it is finished, the stack of paperwork and clay is inches thick and tombstone heavy. This is enough. The Pansecritus is a wall of flame and wind and noise. So strong is the light that your body is transparent. Even the shadow of your bones is only a faint pattern on the ashen floor. The Pansecritus perceives you. Each hair on your head is counted, every scar. It does not have time for delays. What do you wish? What would you convert from should to is? You can only do one thing here before being cast out. Be sure of your choice. Rental dispute. Your work is not complete. There you go. Your skin burns. Your hair prickles. You are frisked by a hurricane. There are no questions. You might have thought that there would be some final consultation. You would have to defend your case to this final arbiter. But the Pansecritus has no interest in your words. It marks your paperwork with its own name, which is to say, with itself. Then it is finished noticing you. You're left holding something that looks like a lease document, but that weighs on your hand like a shield. You must deliver it to the ambassador, and it will put the devils in their place. Ooh, that feels good. Feels good. It's epic level, like sacred bureaucracy plotline. I'm so on board with this. Yeah, I went ahead and overfired to damage myself to take care of that. I will get its meat. The utility of supplies here in the Blue Kingdom is just a big deal. A little short. This guy is easier to shoot once it's noticed me. There we go. Keeping distance. Alright, back around to Sky Barnett. I forgot to grab another Testament feather while I was over at the Court of Days, so I'll have to go back to the Court of Days again. And succeed another test. Well, I'll need to do that if I'm gonna come back to the Court of Souls. Or the Forge of Souls. Which I am interested in doing. It's pretty effing cool. Then again, the plot lines I've done for the Conductor, I don't care about doing again. It's not that bad. I could get Volume of Notes in the Blue Kingdom. I have some gratitude. You can also get more Cryptic Benefactors or Moments of Inspiration, which are a pretty big deal. Okay, so your port reports in the Blue Kingdom just convert to very high-level materials, which, you know, you'd kind of figure. It's dangerous to move around here. So there's a bit more gratitude. Very good. Of course, we also need to use this gratitude anytime we're repairing our ship. There's no other option to repair our ship in this entire place. I'm still carrying a couple of these things, just in case. Extract some supplies, maybe not quite that many. Whoops, didn't mean to click that. Embassy, pay another visit. Deliver a renegotiated lease. It is stamped, sealed, signed, and readied. The ambassador reads the document, then she reads it again. Then she spreads it on the table and counts the stamps and seals affixed to it, until she reaches the sigil of the Pansecritus on the last page, which makes it indisputable and irrefutable. Then she sits back in her chair, eyes closed, for a count of 10 breaths. Finally, she opens her eyes again. Tell me the truth, she says. Do you think I've mismanaged my tenure here? She's done her best. It is not her fault the Blue Kingdom does not readily welcome Albion. I have, she says. I've done everything that effort and determination can do. She calls in the secretary and weighs you down with every gift the embassy can currently offer. Is that a royal dispensation? This is the most rewarding plotline I've ever completed. Seems appropriate. Ministry stamped permits, 5 gratitude of the embassy, which we know that we can convert into valuable things. Now, what about the history? I dare say it was a junk shop of souls, the ambassador remarks. Glowing bottles on every shelf, some nasty yellow-eyed man at the back smoking a pipe, and no one dusting under the furniture. Now we're doing some real work here. How much gratitude? 3 gratitude for either of these options. How am I doing on these? I think I'm short on moments of inspiration, but there are other ways to do it. Oh, no, the plot lines that are available are largely set. Some of them are locked off by certain qualities that you may not have on a certain captain. For instance, there are certain plot lines that are locked off by my connections and ambitions. You'll select an ambition, which is your main plot line for any given captain, when you start playing that captain. And you won't be able to access the other ambitions while you're doing that. But usually the ambition is like a meta plot thing that you're not actively doing, necessarily. It's usually more about amassing some resources. I'm working on the truth, which is arguably the main plot of the game itself. There's quite a lot of content because basically every single port that is in the game has about 1 or 2 stories going on, and you often need to revisit the same port, sometimes a few times, to get through a story. The same is true of Sunless Seas. You have an ambition that you've selected, but each individual port will have a few stories going on. London's got like 6 because it's London, and it's the place where you are, basically. In Sunless Skies, there's something on the order of like 30 to 40 ports, and every spot has a few stories. Some of them have more, and some stories have exceptionally small stories. Like while you're in Carillon, there are probably about 5 or 6 sinners that you can, or penitents that you can assist, and each of those have their own little vignette and their own kind of solutions. But then there's the overarching story that could be seen as, Carillon can be seen as one story in and of itself. But of course, we can just consult my journal to see how much we've gone into. Every one of these lines, not every one of them is itself a plot, because some of these are just the circumstances concerning something. Like, my mining crew at Lustrum is just some kind of crew members that I left behind a while ago that I need to pick up. Work orders is not like a full plot line, it's just a place where you can drop off a thing to get rewarded. But most of the rest of these are plot lines. Oh, should I talk to Melusine again? Maybe I should have talked to Melusine again. Well, maybe I have a reason to go back out there. The Heartcatchers asked me to loan them my head. The plotline there indicated, if successful, you will be enjoined with the Heartcatchers and, you know, get access to their deepest secrets. It also listed, if this fails, the game has a very robust inheritance system for your next captain. Okay. Yeah, I've completed quite a lot of things. So the question now is, should I keep worrying about this stuff at the Forge? Should I try making it up to Death's Door right now? And I think the answer to that is no. I should just turn back around to the Reach and keep working on the truth. So I just need to bring the Didact back to New Winchester, and the Masked Citizen needs to go to Pan, and the Masked Citizen is going to ask about other stuff. And I know how to get to Pan, which is pretty nice. I don't necessarily know how to get to Death's Door. Then again, I have been asked to deliver some stuff that I should probably deliver. So let's deliver things. So, 5 undistinguished souls for the Forge. Let's get these deliveries done so I can just make some money while I'm here and not go poor. 5 caged catches for Death's Door. And then 7 boxes of literature for Death's Door. can't carry all that much. Unless I put some things away. Now, consulting the map, I can get more fuel later. I can't get more supplies later. So let's run with 5 fuel for now, and a bit more supply. Now, I only have 1 pane of stained glass, so I cannot complete the request for creating a new scribe spinster. I'll need to get more glass. I've gotten a lot of immaculate souls at this point. That's noteworthy. Okay. Let's make some deliveries. The other matter here is that in order to progress further, I'll need to ask to be yoked. And I get the feeling that being yoked in the Blue Kingdom will have substantial consequences. To be yoked is a servant caste that indicates an obligation. I'm concerned that if I'm yoked, I may not be able to leave the Blue Kingdom. So we're not going to go that far just yet. Not when the truth is at stake. You know what? Excuse me? That Logos was not aggressive to me. Why? Do the Logos aggression vary based on your status and your location? I'm ephemera. When the Logos attacked me before, was I invisible? Or antedeceased? Ephemera is actually like the status that belongs in the Blue Kingdom. I wonder if perhaps if you're ephemera or yoked, maybe the Logoi are not aggressive, but maybe it's certain Logoi that are not aggressive. Notice there are blue, red, and yellow ones. I don't know. Here, have your souls. Pass me off another selection of immaculate souls. I'll buy this literature, and I will buy more fuel. Now, let's find our way to Death's Door. So, there's a question here. Because, that's probably Death's Door. Well, that's the shadow of the sun. Got it. So I was close before, but I didn't stop in the right place. I may not be able to do what I'm coming to accomplish, because I may be forbidden by virtue of status, or missing documents and things. Given the sparse nature of things here in the Blue Kingdom, getting 2 fuel for beating a Logoi might actually be what's necessary at times. Is that a Lorn fluke? One of those, snapping dead crocodile things, maybe? I'm leaning forward a lot. Let's settle down. A Spirifer. Having a little fight. A couple things. Is that guy turned on me? Well, not with that speed. It's possible that the Logoi are aggressive based on certain things you're carrying. This one doesn't care about me. Tolerated because they consume excess souls. It could also have something to do with having testaments in my hold. This is Death's Door, where the dead tunnel to their final progress. Ah, and I just got the achievement indicating that this is the last place to find. A knot of houses surrounds the station. Past these, the landscape declines into mud and misery. Somewhere beneath that bleak mire lies the catafalque, where spirits approach their end. An austere, ugly little town has sprung up around the station, built and inhabited by spirits too afraid to pass beyond the door. It has no official name, because officially it should not exist, but some of the Blue Kingdom bureaucrats sneeringly call it Death's Doorstop. Beyond it, the Endless Furrows, an endless expanse of churned black mud. Wander the streets of the officially nameless town. As you walk down a crowded thoroughfare, you notice the masked spirits shuffling to one side and dropping reverently to their knees. Some are raising unlit candles. Some have retrieved broken hourglasses from their robes. Others are scrawling complex symbols on the floor in chalk. The cause of the commotion appears at first glance to be just another spirit in a porcelain mask, taller than the others, his stride more sure. Luminous energies swirl at its feet. Guidance from the Loquacitor. A servitor of the Blue Kingdom, murmurs the cowled Loquacitor, gently pushing you to your knees and handing you a stick of chalk. One of the Sapphired King's most trustworthy servants, only a step below the Lagoi. There are many possible obeisances, but the simplest is to scrawl your name in the gutter and sweep it out as it walks past. You do as instructed. The servitor doesn't so much as glance your way. In moments, it turns the corner and is gone. Around you, spirits clamber to their feet and resume their business. Once, the vast grounds around Death's Door were called the Seven Concentric Gardens. There were flowers, grass, trees, leaves still attached. Now there's mud. A squalid, black, hungering mud, and a seething sea of the masked dead, digging, scrabbling, churning, overturning, searching. Useless now to try to cultivate even a blade of grass, but a few yoked gardener spirits dash between the trenches, rakes and hoes aloft. They're still stubbornly attempting the impossible. The devil rushes towards you. He's charged with handling a specific set of unusual cases, and apparently Alton, borne upon his friend's back, is one. Let's get you where you need to be. Just the one. The devil pulls out a pair of calipers to measure Alton's left ear. This way. He leads you past rows of shuffling dead. As you walk, the devil squints at the navigator first through one eye, then the other. Oh, that is clever. He gestures downwards to a stone slab coated in mud. This door for Alton. The devil turns to the navigator, shaking his head. Your circumstances were a poor fit for your soul, so you changed your circumstances. A neat trick. Man fits you much better. He turns several pages on his clipboard. Sign here, please. And then, with another handshake, he's scurrying back across the furrows. You heave Alton's door open and drop into the darkness below. For those who haven't been following along the entire time, the fortunate navigator was born a woman. So it's an explicitly trans character throughout the game. And this is good. This is cool. I really like this. Like, that is clever, changing your circumstances to fit your soul. The fortunate navigator has spoken with the sedulous devil. He knows which is the correct line for Alton to pass through Death's Door. The navigator's face is as expressionless as a waxen mask. He moves closer to you, so that his shoulder brushes your arm. Captain. Before the navigator is an endless line of the dead, plodding in silent acceptance. The navigator gazes ahead, peering into the dark. He leaves the line. This isn't right, he says. Take us back, Captain. This was a mistake. I'll have to talk to him. Everyone has a door to their death, buried somewhere in the mud. The trick is to find it. To find it, one must dig. check for the industrialist's lost love. You trudge up and down the furrows, calling the lost love's name and asking shades if they've seen her. They respond with a shrug. You're forced to pause when you lose a boot in the mire. He's already entered the catafalque, you know, says a voice from below. Rescuing your boot from the mud, you turn to discover a yoked spirit looking up at you from a nearby trench. I heard you calling her name, he says apologetically. I met her a few weeks ago. She found her door. She's in the catafalque now. If you want to follow her, you'll have to dig. Uh-oh. What do I need for a shovel? Many of the shades are digging with their hands, bolstered by the grim patience of the dead. You don't have that kind of time. You drop into one of the trenches that crisscross the churned landscape and walk until you find a yoked spirit with a bundle of shovels slung across her back. The yoked spirit clutches her shovels jealously. She lacks a voice jar, so instead she crouches and scrawls in the mud. These guide the dead to their door, she writes. They are reserved for those who need them most, the frailest spirits, the struggling. In no time at all, the cowed loquacitor has persuaded the recalcitrant shade that you are the frailest and most meager of spirits. You are handed a shovel, and she even writes good luck in the mud. Your litigator informs you, however, that they will wait for you back at the engine. They have no desire to get any closer to death's door than they already are. The mud is a miserable ocean, vast, uninterrupted. You hold your shovel like a dowsing rod and somehow know exactly where to go. Your blade bites earth, again, again, again. Your hands bleed, your arms ache. Eventually you resemble some kind of splattered mud wraith. Finally your shovel slams against something solid. The blade breaks. On your knees you scrabble and uncover a stone door with your name inscribed upon it. Your very own door to death, ancient and brutal and familiar. It has been here, waiting for you since the beginning of all things. You heave it open and drop into darkness. Below the mud, you find yourself in the catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth filled with endless lines of shuffling, silent dead. Death's door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burned to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Lagoi, the living words of the sun, patrol the tunnels. Their elegant sigil forms roar with fire. They and a few stubborn candles are the only light left. You call her name and interrogate passing spirits to no avail. She must be even deeper in the catafalque. Let's see. Scour the scrawled messages on the walls. Messages from the dead. She held my head beneath the waves, my murderer, my love. God, I'm sorry for my sins with all my heart. If you read this, I'm sorry. Where are you? Where are you? Where? Eaten by, not fair. I was hungry too. Is this all there is? You will need to pass a test to progress. Here the tunnel opens up into a great hall. The gangling sequestrator sits on her raised throne, surrounded by hanging lanterns and censers. As the spirits pass beneath her at a steady shuffle, she extends one telescopic arm and settles a veiny hand across their porcelain mask. Within a moment's wrenching effort, she yanks it away, leaving the spirit faceless. It turns and heads deeper into the catafalque. You will lose your face, and with it 5 hearts. Perhaps you will be able to get it back at a later date. Or I can bargain for special treatment with a testament of roses. Face can be reclaimed from the quartermaster in the endless furrows. I'm very good at making this. The hand closes your face, a twist, a wrench, and it retreats with something ragged clutched between its fingers. It hardly hurts at all. If anything, it feels as though a weight has been lifted. Your new reality becomes apparent only when you touch your face, and feel nothing but an expanse of brute blank flesh. Your vision dims as though a gray veil has closed over the world. With some effort, you are able to manifest a lipless slit of a mouth, which screams. You have passed the test of substance, and your face is gone. You may move further into the catafalque. You gotta be careful. The horde of spirits, now without masks, proceed through the tunnels in a seething dark mass. There is a momentum to them now. They move like a flood. Offering services, I can become yoked. Search for the lost love. Nope. Help a bereaved spirit find her lost companion. With her mask removed, bereaved spirit's face refuses to stick in your memory. When you look away from her, all you are left with is a vague impression of her heartfelt sadness. His face was taken, she scratches on the wall. I lost him in the crowd, please. His name is Bobby. I will offer a tithe to the Logoi. The Logos leans forward, battering you beneath a wave of scorching heat. When the flames retreat, your gift is gone. The Logos rotates ponderously and drifts down the tunnel. You run after, fighting your way through the crowd of spirits while it floats serenely overhead. It leads you to the spirit of a dog, back paws trapped in a hollow of collapsed wax. Bobby, you call. The dog stares at you piteously. Piece by viscous piece, you pull the wax from its legs, giving it enough room to bound free. The dog spirit circles you, tail wagging. You should reunite it with its owner. Without her mask, the bereaved spirit's face is slippery. Her features vanish from your mind as soon as you look away. Was she happy when she saw her lost companion? Did she laugh? Did she weep? You can't remember. He jumps into her arms. They don't speak or laugh. There are no happy barks. As ever, they're perfectly silent. She has nothing she can give you, but she writes her thanks on the wall. She joins the rush of spirits, Bobby prancing at her heels. That actually got me choked up. Ooh. The Logoi rotates to face you. You cannot look at it for long. You must blink away the bright sigil traced in flame across your eyes. A flash of light, a brief pain at the back of your skull. Scraps of memory twist and burn. All the stories you never finished. All the plans you never completed. All the promises you never had the chance to keep. You cling to them for a moment, and then they flare up and are gone, leaving only the ache of absence. But it is a comforting ache. You feel somehow calmer, more certain. Press deeper still. Once again, the tunnel opens up and becomes a staircase descending into a cauldron huge as a lake. It brims with a whirling black fluid. Dozens of the yoked stand stirring at the edges. An endless procession of shades march in without hesitation and are whipped away by the current. On a balcony above the cauldron, a vast frog-like spirit carefully oversees the entire affair. What are you waiting for? It croaks when you pause. What awaits you in the cauldron? You will enter the cauldron and mix with the other spirits, croaks the alchemist. You will taste each other's memories, know each other's innermost selves. If you are strong enough, you will emerge on the other side, stripped of irrelevancies. Your name, for instance. And if you are not strong enough, you will remain in the cauldron, and other spirits will absorb what they need from you. You will still reach death's door. They will take you with them, piece by piece. I have a 100% chance of keeping myself intact without giving up a moment of inspiration. As you step beneath the surface, foreign memories flood you. Fleeing through long grass, the crunch of bones between your jaws, swirling unfamiliar skies, you're coming apart. Spirits swirl around you, silent shapes with arms outstretched. You're buffeted by memories, sword fights in a forest, sunken libraries, a city aflame. You cling to your name, but there are a dozen other names you can call to mind, and you no longer know which is yours. You fight the swirling currents and emerge on the other side mostly intact. Your name is gone. The other gaps in your memory are not too severe, you think. She must be here. She must. You dash between the spirits who are pushing toward the door, calling her name, but of course that doesn't work. These shades have been processed through the catafalque. They are faceless, nameless, the memories of their old lives in tatters. So you don't call her name. You call the name of the industrialist instead. Do any of them remember him? One spirit turns to meet your gaze. She clutches your coat and her shoulders shake silently. The lost love resists your attempts to lead her away from death's door. You hand her a stick of chalk, and she scrawls on the walls of the catafalque. I love him still, she writes, but I'm ready to move on. She pulls a small clay jar from her robes, thrusts it into your hands. It holds my voice, she writes. Give it to him. A memento. I will accept the jar, and I'll let her go. Death's door tilts, opens, and blinding light floods over you. A mass of spirits skid helplessly into the light. The lost love is among them. She turns to face you as she descends, perhaps to change her mind, perhaps to see another living thing one last time. Either way, she's too late. The light engulfs her. You are left with the jar. While it's in your hands, and with the faintest exertion of will, you can think a sentence, and the jar will speak in a female monotone. This is all of her that remains. You can only hope that will be enough. Turning back. Getting out of here. Though you have come so far, you turn back from the door itself. Perhaps there are some things that should not be seen. You tramp through the mud until you find a bureaucratic outpost, half cairn, half bunker. We don't usually get requests for returns. Okay, I will need a testament of the feather to get my face, and an indulgence to get my name. I need permission from the sun's daughters to get my name back. All right. Let's talk to the navigator. Gourd of chorister nectar to console. Well, I will need some chorister nectar then. Whew. Let's talk about how to get rid of your cats a while. I need a break from what I've been working on. Consider secrets you've learned and how to rid her of Asmodee. The eccentric shows you her ankle, livid with the lattice of claw marks. Asmodee is a ball of anger. As if on cue, there's a hiss from under the galley table, and Asmodee attacks your knee. You fend him off. He climbs onto a shelf, his fur bristling. There's somewhere he might feel at home, the eccentric says, reluctantly, but it's not anywhere I want to go. The White Well in the Blue Kingdom. Things that were cast into it rage against their fate. Alternately, you could drive him away by damping his fury. The attendants at Magdalene's, it is said, can soothe the wildest soul. Tales of the Sky and how to rid her of Paimon. Paimon, an aloof, flat-faced gray, gives you a baleful look. Paimon is very governed, the eccentric observes. The gray cat watches you stiffly, out of reach. He never plays, and he doesn't like it when well, watch this. She comes and sits next to you. Immediately, Paimon jumps up, pries you apart, and sits primly between you. He's aloof and restrained. Perhaps he would enjoy Carillon, where penitents submit themselves to stern punishments and endure them without complaint. Or, to drive him away, I've heard that at Aklis one can buy substances that make fools of even kings and bishops. How to rid her of Beleth. Let's see. Beleth barges past you in the corridor. He's heard two stokers arguing. When he finds them, he watches, rapt with the air of an ancient philosopher king. He's fascinated by their red faces, their bristling mustaches, their pointing fingers and clenched fists. Beleth admires force, she whispers. He would fit in at the floating parliament where MPs push their beliefs into law using words as swords and procedure as nooses. Yes, the eccentric muses, I think he'd like that. And I know what he'd find intolerable. Dreams. Those dreams where rules all change and your strength is useless. The roses of Caduceus should help. Okay. All right. Well, let's make sure we stop by the White Well then, and I will try to see what is required in order for me to get my name back. But I think I'm not going to be able to get my name back unless I become yoked. That noise I'm hearing, that's something above the shadow of the sun. I think that noise I'm hearing is the daughter of the sun herself. Oh, I can write a new port report here. Cool. Yeah, I need to be yoked to get in here. Okay. So I need to be yoked to get my name back. It's a good thing I have obnoxiously high hearts and mirrors. Because even with all that nonsense, I can still equip the highest quality gear. Alright. Time to make my way down to the White Well again. We'll see if we can be rid of this cat. And then I think I'll be making my way back to the Reach. Because in order to actually complete anything over here, I'm gonna need to get in good with the, with a few things. I'm gonna need to get... I think what I want to do is complete the construction of a scribe spinster at the Forge of Souls, which will ingratiate me, and then I'll ask to be yoked to the library. And then while I'm yoked to the library, I can implore the Daughter of the Sun to give me back my name, for one, but also for a new blueprint for a companion for the conductor. And then, of course, there's the problem of Alton. For that, I'll get to learn more at Sky Barnet once I've extracted a just a little bit of Chorister nectar. I really wish I knew why the Lagoi are not aggressive towards me. I really think it has to do with my status. Let's see, why was I here? Right. Port report. Watch some trials. I think it's just good for side stories, if anything. I'll intercede on the behalf of that failed dead. Ooh, a condemned experiment. That's really useful. I noticed that it's not giving me any prompts regarding the cat. I do need more fuel, though, one way or another. So, what are we doing with this cat here? Does journal clarify anything about that? Cat symbol? You know what? It's saying the white well, specifically. That's probably indicative that I need to be at the well mouth. So let's swing back around to the well mouth. Here we go. Take Asmodee, the feline eccentric's angry Ginger Tom, to the edge of the well. As you emerge from your engine and cross the ice, the feline eccentric looks across the well at the stern silhouette of the stone-faced court. She lowers her gaze as if the sight of it pains her. "Hurry," she says, her voice tight. Asmodee pads to the lip of the well and peers curiously down into the dark. His ragged ears twitch at the shrieks from below. He settles down. His eyes are wide and round. His tail twitches. The eccentric touches your arm. You leave. Asmodee pays you no heed. This is where he was meant to be. Cool. We got that done. One cat down. So one of the cats wanted to go to Carillon, and the other fits in at Parliament. I can see our way to those. I'm headed back to Skybarnet. I'm gonna stop in at the Court of Days to try and get extra Testaments of Feathers before I leave. Because taking those tests for the Testaments of Feathers now is going to give me a bit more information regarding how many, what's it called? He's not lined up enough to, like, actually catch up with me. It's gonna give me information on how many more cryptic benefactors I need before the next time I come back here. The answer is probably, quite a few. Quite a few. And then we'll be departing the Blue Kingdom. Let's see, I've got some business at Lustrum and Carillon. And I need to go back to New Winchester as well. Oh, and where did they want me to go for the horologists? Looking for the symbol of the horologist. Really? Come on, it's gotta be around here somewhere. Do I need to go back to London? I think I need to go back to London to check in with them. The last thing I did with that, that's right. I fixed the clocks at New Winchester, and I haven't gone back for a new assignment. All right, here at the House of Days. Try this a couple times. Okay, there we go. Gonna do one more. No dice. I'll hold on to the last benefactor. Right. I forgot to drop off the caged catches and the literature up at the goddamn death's door. Ugh! So we're going to abandon those prospects for now, because I'm not turning back around for that stuff. It's just sovereigns. Sovereigns can only do so much. There are a lot of interesting things in this game that you cannot buy. Fine without more repairs. The reports. Got more gratitude. Yeah. Yeah, Death's Door definitely needs some stuff, don't they? Is there anything I want to buy from the last autumnal slope before I leave? I don't think so. We've already got an adjustable infirmary. Yeah. I've got Rose and Adamant plating, I just can't equip it. Gates of Ivory are useless to me. Yeah, alright. We don't particularly need or want anything here, except perhaps a bit more fuel. I don't have the space, I need to bank things. There. All good. A touch of the skies. Back to work. There's no fee to leave here if you haven't eaten petrichor. You only have to pay to leave the Blue Kingdom and go back to the Reach if you have eaten the Food of the Dead. Otherwise, it's free passage. And it's the only relay with free passage that I found so far. Back in the Reach once again. I forgot to pull the Chorister Nectar to talk to the Fortunate Navigator. We'll be doing that in New Winchester, and I'm gonna hope that he wants something other than to go back to the Blue Kingdom. Whisper Winds again, regular stuff. Now, let's do what I should have done a moment ago. The Navigator clenches the hot toddy you brought him. It's nice, he manages after the first sip, and thank you after the fourth. When the mug is finally empty, he turns to the corpse of Alton, propped to face the window. The family tomb was no good, too gloomy, too dark. But you were at Death's Door, you saw them. Alton deserves better. He puts his mug down, meets your eyes. I've been thinking about alternatives. We must have a sky burial. It's not traditional, but I think it would appeal to Alton's sense of poetry. I need to leave him somewhere in the high wilderness, but where? Let's see. The most serene mausoleum is nice, but if he doesn't want something dark, I would suggest Titania. Not Titania. I have to admit, I find it an awful place. It's not even the bees, but the people. They fought their way through the Reach and settled down to, what, bicker about what London institution they should recreate? He snorts. They're romantic, not epic. My friend would have found them tiring. This is going to be difficult, isn't it? What about the Mother of Mountains? The fortunate navigator is quiet for some moments. Then, Alton often stepped aside to make room for others. He'd appreciate solitude. The navigator starts to smile, and the Reach isn't dark, at least not like Eleutheria, so he won't be lying in constant night. It'll be bright, and it'll be just him and the wind. Please, can we take him to Lustrum? Okay, so there were maybe there were a couple of things he would accept, but when he denied the first one, I got to thinking, okay, what's close? Let's deposit the didact. As he disembarks, the didact hesitates. I am afraid this is far as I will follow this line of inquiry. There is war in the heavens, and a slaughter of suns. And for every one that falls, how many lesser beings suffer? The suns set themselves in positions of indispensability, and now they're disposing of one another. Hello, thanks for checking in. I'm sorry, but I learned some time ago when to let a thing lie. I will, of course, help you find our missing staunch Verger. I'll focus more directly on that, but my investigations into the affairs of Suns is at an end. The didact has departed. Let's convey the masked citizen to Pan. The citizen packs extensively before boarding your engine. No fewer than 4 trunks need to be carried aboard. All vital, I assure you. One of them is coffee. If I have to drink tea for a month, I'll go mad. Anyway, when we arrive at Pan, we should speak to the Cypress King, whoever it may be that week. Before they board, the citizen touches your arm. Let me ask you a frank question. Do you think our mutual friend is still alive? To my surprise, I've become entirely fond of her. I don't know. I'm not willing to comment either way. So be it, the citizen says. Then let's get to work. They board your engine, calling to Pan at the nearest engineer. The engineer, who possesses a clear understanding of the chain of command, looks to you. You nod. To Pan. All right. What else are we doing? Am I going to go to Port Avon? I have several reasons to go to Port Avon right now. 5 consignments of Bronzewood. I want to go to Carillon more than anything else. And I need to go to Lustrum. I can go to Port Avon, then Lustrum, then Carillon. That's a fine enough route. So then, Bronzewood? How much? 5? Simple matters. Let's just take care of the stuff. It's busy work. Alright, let's get going. I need to put up flyers in Port Avon anyway regarding the masked strongwoman. It's been going very well. I've just returned from the Blue Kingdom after dealing with a few things. We went all the way to Death's Door. Actually, wait, I need to go to Port Prosper. I'm going to go to Port Prosper later, because I'm not going to go to Eleutheria by way of the Eleutheria relay. I'm going to go there by way of Albion, so I don't need that yet. I acquired the voice of the industrialist's lost love. Unfortunately, I had to give over my name and my face, and for bureaucratic reasons, I haven't been able to get them back. So my captain is now kind of a faceless man with just a lipless slit mouth. On the upside, my hearts and mirrors were already quite preposterously high, so lacking those qualities probably isn't going to get in my way. Yeah, it seems as though I need to become yoked and work with the daughter of the Sapphire King in order to actually get those qualities back. So that's going to be on hold. We'll work on those later. I was able to reactivate the Forge of Souls, and I ushered my Blemigan Voyager across into there. He seemed to want to go. Apart from that, I've been working on getting rid of some cats. Flyer for the strong woman. The bronzewood, here you go. Oh! Thirsty Bombazine is a bargain in Port Avon. I didn't know they would ever offer you that. It's probably a peculiar bargain that I've unlocked in some way. That's all we needed to do there. Yes, Faceless is one thing. I know that if you follow one of the plot lines in Sunless Seas, you can go around with a mostly headless crew. I don't recall how that works. I didn't go all the way on that. It's a bit much. You're going ham. When everybody decides that they ought to replace their heads with candles and you know, jump in a submarine to go fight eldritch beings underwater. Whew. It's a bit spicy for me. But if you know what you're doing, you can accomplish some utterly unruly things. Ah. I do not need a litigator anymore. Move right along. Ah. I should have gotten more visions of the heavens while I was over in Port Avon. I'll make this trade. I could use more moments of inspiration. Alright, so let's proceed on to Lustrum through the Bonnie Shepherds. I still have not been able to acquire the Flickering Soul quality to complete that little task at Carillon. Excuse me. I feel like the Scribe Spinsters ought to be cool with me at this point, considering that I've kind of like got along with the biggest, baddest Scribe Spinster that exists. But I suppose they don't have cell phones. They don't keep each other updated on that stuff. Quick ruins, Terry. Search for memento. Just a little bit of something. On over to Lustrum. I've got two things to take care of here because we were going to inter Alton for the sake of, well, actually three things. We need to speak to Melusine Murgatroyd, and we've got an Unflower on board that needs to be read in Lustrum. I wonder if somebody's got a mod that, like, puts a little notice over these spots on the map based on how many storylets you've got there. I worry it might crowd the map. There's a lot of things to keep track of. But it might make it easier for me to remember certain things. without having to glue my face to the journal. The journal's quite good, but there's a lot. There's a lot of it. There's just a lot of it. I don't have much to do with Sweet Jane. Ah, here we go. Give the Fortunate Navigator's friend a sky burial atop the Mother of Mountains. This will transform the Fortunate Navigator into the Stalwart Navigator. The Fortunate Navigator is swaddled in thick clothing. He's packed supplies for 2, rope and climbing axes. I knew you'd come. He needs you to help Alton's body onto his back. The snow is sometimes thigh deep. Even the walk to the base is exhausting. The navigator scales ice and traverses narrow ledges. Finally, when it's impossible to climb any higher, he stops and slices the straps holding his friend. He places the body in a hollow beneath a ledge, facing outwards. You don't hear the navigator's last words with his friend. He rejoins you a while later. Thank you. Now let's get out of this blasted place. You begin the taxing climb down in silence. Fortunate Navigator has grown and changed. Excellent. Finish an unfinished story for the Gardener Archivist. Instigate conflict, answer questions, tie loose threads. The Unflower can guide you. You read the petals of the Unflower. It becomes apparent what you must do to bring the story to an end. You kick open the door, a spade held aloft, and shove it into the hands of a confused woman sitting down to dinner with her family. Dig, you roar. Dig, damn you. Your father buried the key in the garden to keep it from falling into the hands of your uncles. It's not too late to unlock the attic and confront the thing that wears his face. You leave her sitting open-mouthed, spade in one hand and a spoonful of soup in the other. Very good. Speak to Melusine. She appears unhurt. Presumably the monster left her alone. Monster? Oh, you mean pennies. She laughs. Of course I'm fine. I didn't, pick a fight with it. Between you and me, I think it regretted that nasty business. Said if you survived, I should give you this. Obviously, I thought of keeping it, but it's no use to me. Besides, it said I can go back and see it any time. Maybe have a crack at fixing that array, even. Best way to learn about something quickly. Fixing it. Maybe one day I can build my own. Her eyes almost gleam with possibilities. Melusine Murgatroyd, Queen of Immortality. I like the sound of that. Oh, we found out that Mr. Pennies had a device that is powered by the science. The science is a man-made means of recreating or adjusting the power of the judgments. So the science is an opposition or an appropriation of what the gods do. And this device of the science filters sunlight to prevent death. It filters the rule of death out of the light. I don't think I have any more work to do over here. Some hours available. There was no prospect for Lustrum, so it was interring the body, speaking with Melusine, and then the reading bit. So I have business at Carillon and at Old Tom's Well. I probably want to go to Old Tom's Well first. And we should go full steam here. Tally-ho! Your aunt whoops as your engine thunders. Yeah, we might be able to make this entire stretch out to Old Tom's Well at full speed. Close to it, anyway. As long as these random cantankeries don't get in my way. Suppose I could also encounter something cumbersome like a curator in this part of the map. There's a chance. Oh, I hadn't discovered that, I guess. With the posturing of that Marauder, I actually thought it might sprout guest tendrils or something. I had precisely 1 hull damage to deal with. There's a bit of something that I'd rather not collide with. I think the Vala might actually have a damage output that is comparable to what I get out of the Wrath of Heaven. The Wrath of Heaven is just a singular shot. Stony Organ. Ack. Little bump there. It's nice that Old Tom's Well has such a large, interaction window. I will deliver the corpse of the twice-scorned priest. The minister's eyes widen. She demands to see the corpse for herself. You tell your crew to open the coffin. My uncle, says the minister grimly, surveying the half-thawed corpse, a fool even before his heresy. Let an adversary stand at his right hand. That was the line he took so wrongly. In any case, thank you for delivering him. She pries his withered fingers away from the knife hilt. I had so hoped to see him again. She raises the knife, preferably alive, of course, but one makes do. With one smooth motion, she slams the blade into his gray-furred chest. This knife was precious to me before he stole it. To repay your kindness, perhaps I can use it on your behalf. Gained a crimson promise. Cool. Well, that's all I was going to do here at Tom's Well. Celestial Ruin. Excavation? What do we get out of this? Ah, hours. Okay, it's not too bad. And I'll take some bronze wood from this. Alright. Let's make my way over to Carillon now. And at Carillon, I will be rid of a cat. And I'll have a few other things to deal with. Let's see. And then in London, I've got a bit of a back and forth. But I'm going to need a lot more bronze wood, so we're going to buy a lot of bronze wood over in Palmyre and Plenty's, I think. I can improve my skills a bit. Should I just be going for what's cheap right now? No, I should probably just keep going for Veils until I've exhausted that option. Even though it's very expensive to improve at this point. Usual things here. Carillon, Foyer, Port. Paimon is aloof, distant, restrained. The eccentric thinks he will be at home amidst the sober, scrupulous suffering inflicted at Carillon. Paimon watches it as penitents quietly request their punishments. He observes the devils recommend exact castigations. Then, rapt, he stares as the penitents endure their punishments without complaint or modest anguish. He does not purr. Purring is not Paimon's way, but he admires the penitent's stoicism and how Caroline administers sober, undramatic chastisement. Also, the devils steadfastly ignore him, which he seems to like. When you turn back for your locomotive, Paimon makes no move to follow. Is there anything to do with the presiding deviless at this point? I don't think so. I've already got an indulgence. I still need inescapable truth to provide exquisite insight. Cheap chorister nectar? As if I'm not already choking on the stuff. No, thank you. Alright. Heading up to New Winchester then. I don't think I have any reason to put in a titanium. If I do wind up, I will wind up back in Eleutheria when I'm taking the masked citizen to Penn. I have a few more reasons to check in with Mr. Barleycorn, I believe. I've gotten the seal of Mr. Menageries, and we determined, actually, that Mr. Menageries is, or was, part of the same court that Mr. Barleycorn was a member of. He originates from Eleutheria. He left. These things were too heated. There's an opportunity, a possibility of reconciliation, it seems. Also, I've reached the point that Mr. Menagerie no longer moves around. He's been everywhere, and the progress of Mr. Menagerie tracked across captains, and now he's just settled in New Winchester permanently. And I think he'll be there for any further captains. That being said, I've already bought everything he has, so it's not meaningful. Alright, this is a quick stop. We're going up to Port Prosper after. Nothing weird here to do, right? I don't have meaningful damage. I don't really... I forgot to pick up my crew. Literature and hours for Palmiers. Well, that's where I'm headed next, so might as well. They want 5 consignments of literature and 5 hours. So I have 8 bronze wood. I'm going to need about 21 bronze wood, give or take, to finish out some business. So I'm going to make up these deliveries, and then I'm going to buy about as much bronze wood as I can, almost. Because I'm going to need to make deliveries of bronze wood, otherworldly artifacts, and possibly a few other things to complete the work on the relay to Eleutheria, which is takes place in Albion. So I am going to make this delivery of bronze wood for the Prosper Engine Yards, so I'm just going to buy 7 bronze wood to make that happen, at the minimum, and then the leftover bronze wood I'm just going to carry along with me. Bronzewood has always continually been in short supply. Just seems to be the nature of the beast. I forget where else they wanted me to put up flyers for the Strong Woman, which is the only thing I'm missing to complete Palmiers. It was Lustrum and Port Avon. Have I not done both of those? I might have missed it in Lustrum if the prompt was tucked away, but I think maybe I've done that previously. I don't know. Let's see what we've got. Free tickets. Whoops, misclick. Report. Behind the tents. Ah, I did get the posters up. Good. We attend the successful performance. Complete these prospects. They've got bargain bronzewood. That's excellent. We needed some of that. We get the moment's memory, which will give us a searing enigma. Back up to 9 of these. Very nice. I sacrificed some crew over in Pan for searing enigmas a while ago. Alright. And I'm going to fill up my hold with this stuff. And it's heavy, so we're going to be very inefficient for a bit. Our fuel efficiency is only 0.52. Not great. But hey, whatever. Sometimes you just gotta transport a lot of stuff. And I really can't go full steam along this pathway. There's a lot of little blockage. So there's a lot I want to get done in Albion, actually, before I finish up and move on. Well, not a lot. I want to take a trip by the Avid Horizon to pick up the Repentant Devil again. As he has been operating down there for a very, very, very long time on secondment. And I don't know what that does for me, but I figure I ought to check. I also need to cruise by Parliament. So I think after I make the transition into Albion, I might want to go to Parliament and then the Avid Horizon as a high priority. But then again, if I remember correctly, at the Avid Horizon, I need to bring something to the Avid Horizon. Pass bills at Parliament, yada yada. Secondment. Initiative the Deceased. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours down to the Careful Masquerader. And that's an Avid Horizon task. I'm certainly not carrying 5 barrels of unseasoned hours right now. Ball. Fill out my dance card. 4 Visions of the Heavens. That is excellent. I'll deliver sapling knots and verdant encouragement. Bazaar. I'll complete this requirement for Bronzewood, getting us 2,000. I will not bother with that tea. Actually, I'll buy the 5 barrels of ours here. The Bleak Industrialist. Is it her? Is she in there? No, you're forced to admit. Not her, only her voice. She can speak only the words she is given. So that is all you could do. His voice is husky, in that it is a husk. He clasps the jar to his chest, tears running down his cheeks. I love you, says the jar tonelessly. I love you. The industrialist retreats to his quarters, locking the door. As you exit the mansion, you can still hear the hollow I love you echoing through its halls, underscored by cacophonous sobbing. It feels like a failure, but it also feels right to conclude the story in that way. I think to do otherwise would be improper to the lost love. Bing. A bit more experience. Alright, on to Albion, and we're going to Parliament. Nothing to declare. First class travel. Nothing less. So I am wondering how much further the search for the truth continues on after you've done these errands with the 4 people. No step that I've done thus far has been particularly costly in terms of the, what I call your kind of quest completion items. I have not had to spend any Crimson Promises, Condemned Experiments, or, I don't even think I've had to spend a Searing Enigma in terms of getting this done. Oh. Ah, the half-glass. I have a confession. I miss the light of the sun. He avoids your gaze. I miss the pain of the touch. I miss the songs in my head. But I won't go back. So I want you to shatter me. Break me into 1,000 glittering pieces and let me bathe in the sun's light. Rehabilitation on this. Now he wants to go to Carillon. Jeez. Took forever for that to trigger. I've done all sorts of stuff since grabbing the half-glass empty. He's just been sitting around. I could have taken him to Carillon a while ago if he'd asked. Pauper's coffins. I don't even really like looting Pauper's coffins. Let's see, alright. There are often guests out this way towards Floating Parliament for whatever reason. Oh, look! I called that so clean. The game just couldn't leave me hanging there. Yeah, it's another one. You understand, like, Parliament's right here? Give me a little space, jeez. I'll enjoy a scone on the lawn. They're selling poetry. Thought I'd check. There There's still a public gallery in Parliament, though it is little used and thick with dust. Beleth perches on the rail that divides it from the floor and watches curiously. It takes some time to work out that the members of Parliament are arguing over whether the House's lunch hour should routinely be at 12 or 1. The discussion is a passionate one. There are references to Hastings, to Waterloo, to Cromwell. One MP threatens to tear up the Magna Carta. To them, words are weapons of war, deployed like flights of arrows to wither a rival's reputation, like sappers to undermine an argument, or like boiling pitch to drive a foe from the walls of your case. Beleth begins to purr. His claws sink into the wood, splintering it. Quietly, you and the eccentric slip away, leaving him to preside over the debates like a philosopher king of old. Grab a quick port report, and I'll ask about the disgraced former courtier. I think that's everybody through the Pardoner's Tale, although, yeah. Let's stop in at the House of Commons. The sessions tend to be droning and dull, but you're provisioned with a pangolin of unparalleled perfection. Oh my goodness. Nothing needs to happen there. What about my department? Oh, let's make a law, just because. Survey protesters. Clear out the competition. Call upon the chief whip. Bribery campaign. Why not? Celebrity backer. Time to put it to a vote. Oh, I got up to 62%. Well, I've got a new bill. Due to your performance, you are assigned a new department. Well, good to get that taken care of while I was here. Let's talk to the feline eccentric. Talk to the feline eccentric without her cats. Her eyes are bright. She's been sleeping. She's been able to mingle with the crew without her cats intervening or haunting her new friends with nightmares. As she works, she talks softly to the engine. Her voice is rhythmed, as if she was soothing an animal. You hunch near her, and pass her a wrench when she gropes for it. Trying to decide what to do with myself, she tells you, still working. Apart from this, I mean. She sits back on her haunches. On one hand, I could put it all behind me, start fresh. On the other, her eyebrows furrow. I fancy causing some trouble. I can encourage her to leave the past behind, to make her a gentle eccentric. Takes a moment of inspiration to do. Huh. If the engine's damaged, you could share an intimate moment. Or if she's done other things, you could encourage her to misbehave, but I can't really do that. I'll encourage her to leave the past behind. She nods. I found a home here. It'd be good to enjoy it for a bit. Over the next weeks, the crew come to know the unfelined eccentric. She's a calming, almost motherly presence, sensitive to the mood of the crew, and a sure, steady source of advice. She still sleeps in the engine room most times, and still talks to the engine when she's working on it. Everything's kept in impeccable order. Your locomotive practically purrs. Future captains will be able to recruit the gentle eccentric at Lustrum. That's noteworthy. She will always be at Lustrum. Which is a lot easier, because previously she was always located in Eleutheria somewhere. Yeah. We have some good flexibility in our establishments now, because we've got 2, 5, 7, 9 completed officer storylines. Two of my officers with completed storylines are currently out on secondment. We're gonna go pay a visit now to the Home Bureau. The Home Bureau, yes, I've got those. I've got that barrel of hours I had talked about. Should be about here. Whoosh. Here we go. All right. His own self, Crewman sniffs, the very biggest of bends. Make sure I don't run into that. Name's Frank. Make sure I apply the next thing. Oh, that's background, okay. Get on to the Home Bureau. What the? Oh. A Scorn Fluke and a Ministry Monger. That is maybe a little exciting. I'm just gonna go around this. Although I get quite a lot for dealing with Scorn Flukes. The devil has intimated he has improvements in mind for the Home Bureau. He's had his fun, possibly too much of it. Oh, no, let's talk to him. He makes bargains. Several new prospects and bargains are unlocked. Ooh, okay. What kind of prospects and bargains? Tea? Alright, why not? Get some tea. The Market of Truth. Distant nonsense. Report. With the probator's request, I will decide to pardon no one. You're all stuck here. The nun lets out a sharp bark that might be a laugh. The aristocrat pales and fixes you with a gaze as murderous as any dark and midnight hag. The former courtier slumps into a seat and turns her head away. The acting senior probator thanks you curtly before drawing a pair of scissors from his desk. His expression is avid as he cuts up the pardon. All shall remain on the avid horizon. Let's see. They'll sell supplies here, but not fuel. Stock up just a little bit. I'm gonna stop in at the Stair to the Sea. I still don't quite understand. So the horror that is actually there is the avid horizon. that a weft of time? Yeah. Need to make sure I don't accidentally fly into that. It is a little difficult to see here. Star-seared captain. Don't think he's gonna make it through there. We descend to the flotilla. We'll speak with the careful masquerader. I will commit a treachery. It will advance the current date by a year. Of all London's abuses, this might just be the most unforgivable. To violate time itself, the careful masquerader says, examining the barrels, then shrugs. I myself have no judgment on the matter anymore. Come. She leads you away from the flotilla and into the mists. London luxuriates in its abundance of time, while out here, time wastes us. Experience what it is to dwell here, captives of time's march. She takes you to a derelict ship far from the main flotilla. Inside, a stolen loom. She begins to open the barrels. I will return in a year. It will not be so for you. She pauses. We have an extensive network. If there's anything you would preserve, you need only ask. Will ask for nothing. You sit alone, suffused with hours, anxious, crawling, scratchy hours. You let your mind wander through the lambent mists. A year curls around you, snug as a fox stole, which your body wants for nothing, though your mind feels the passage of every minute, every hour, every day. A year to the day, a lantern appears in the midst. The careful masquerader returns. Well done, you passed. She turns away. Oh, there was a sickness aboard your engine, and you were possibly robbed. Lost 3 crew and 500 sovereigns. One last betrayal. You will know what to do. She is facing away from you, gazing out to sea from her porthole. She has donned her mask. Her back, thin and bent as a monk's scourge, is just in front of you. She gasps once your blade goes in. A blossom of blood emerges from the mask's mouth. Never clean enough. Never pure. You will never be. She slumps to the ground. You peel the mask from her worn face. Perhaps you passed. You have shriven your soul to learn the ways of the gate. She invites you to stand beside her on her wheel and points to a constellation of distant stars, shining like a chain of rubies. The gate did not go unwatched. If it was seen and not closed, was that license? She directs your gaze out to the vast darknesses between stars. There are discordances in the heavens. The stars were before us. Most shall outlive us. Her eyes gleam with reflected starlight, bathed in it. This was permitted. Time is, time was. Hours gambled, hours granted. Wear the name, the knife, wear the book. Be gone and waste not my time. Return when you have learned something. I'm going to start working on the supralapsarians now. We sing of places left behind. The supralapsarians are supremely nostalgic. So you want to go with every option that relates to Old London. I need to leave a new offering. The food. And I will get to talk to the Illuminated Archivist about the Superlapsarians. I've done this on a previous captain. You're known to the Mystics at the Gate. Talking to him. Another reading of the word is 5 Ministry-approved literature. So I will need 5 Ministry-approved literature in order to progress with him. Also, I get to do this whole set of things again. And advance with them further. I'm getting no option here. Okay, no, back on the flotilla. Last right, caddy of dried tea, boom. Leave the flotilla. Okay, so we need to do a new offering every time to check in with the next cult. Time to leave. Okay. We want to head now up to London proper. I probably need to deal with this guy before he starts smacking into my ship. Or train. There we go. No problem. I'll take Savage Secrets or Tales of Terror. Savage Secrets, good stuff. I don't really want Tales of Terror. I've got more than 60. There's some place where I can trade those away in bulk, but I think it's in Eleutheria. Oh. Advisably big dog. I will pet him into submission. I think encounters regarding the inadvisably big dog actually replace some decidedly negative encounters come across. Ah, not bad. Uncanny specimen. Good to gather those up. Always good to have. Yes, okay. If our fuel was more of a concern, I could make a detour to the Most Serene Mausoleum. As they do fuel and supplies there, both. Oh, hey, it's the Storm that speaks. How are you doing? Gonna cruise on by. The guy doesn't even cause a spike in terror. At least not for the ship. When you first encounter him, it may be different. There's quite the kerfuffle going on over there. I'll just make my way up along this. Yeah, we're going to be putting in at London with very little fuel to spare. That's kind of the consequence of schlepping around so much bronzewood. Is maybe some inadvisable planning to pick all that up and not have an immediate plan for it, but whatever. I'll be taking this Bronzewood through Warlebury Juxtamar up to Dusking's Deep. Whoa! I need to be careful about firing shots here, so I'm going to try and evade this. I need to make sure I don't cause conflict with other London vessels. Ah, neat. Patched together. Let's see. What are we up to now? I think I needed to drop some poetry off here as well. Or pick some up. He was picking up some poetry. I also need to drop off my newest law. So the Queen can scoff at and dismiss it. Yeah. Exploring London. We'll hand in a new law at Throne of Hours. You present the new law in its ceremonial purple cushioned box, not to the Empress, of course. The servants whisper that this is for the best. The last time someone disturbed her, she became displeased. Instead, a page takes the honor of removing the finely written vellum scroll from the box, ceremonially tearing it from top to bottom, lighting it on fire, and ceremonially stamping the burning pieces into ash. A parliamentary envoy awaits you outside, bearing a bonus for having gotten a new bill at least this far. Let's see if I can get this poem in. Nice. Sets back to Caduceus to let them know that that worked. Literature for the Clockwork Sun, munitions for Brabazon. Well, I'll take on the literature request. I'll deposit all of this tea. I need to be at least about this fueled. And then as for the rest, we want to make sure we're carrying at least 14 of this. Okay, so that's what we can manage in terms of Bronzewood. I don't have the hold space to carry another 5 munitions or anything like that. So this will be it for a trip to Dusking's Deep. On my way out, I'll be going to the Office of Works. 2 caddies of dried tea for the Office of Works, can do. And I'll take on a little bit more supply at Spitalfields. There we go. Oh, you know, I think I forgot to check in with New Street Line about a job. Oh well, that's fine. The New Street Line is one of those exceptionally long plot lines. It requires you to go all over the place. Whew. Office Works. There you go. They want more tea. That probably could have been dealt with, but oh well. New assignment. Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. I'll just hand over some port reports. I just want some sovereigns. I could theoretically hold on to this to get another royal dispensation with 16 ministry gratitude. Might as well. There are not things that I need anytime in the short term, so I can just stockpile all this gratitude. I probably want to make sure to cash it in before retiring, but I don't think we're anywhere near retirement right now. The truth is, theoretically, the toughest ambition. At the very least, the longest. I'm trying to recall what it correlates to with regards to seas. Because I know in seas, your initial ambitions, you can go for wealth or your father's bones. And I feel like there was a third much more... Oh, no, that's right. It's wealth, the Song of the Sea, or your father's bones. I think there might be a fourth ambition that's available initially, and then there are all the secret ones. When it comes to seas, I accomplished your father's bones, and I think that's the only ambition I ever finished. I might have finished wealth on another character. I don't know. It was either that, or I finished the Song of the Sea, and then I finished Father's Bones. I know that Father's Bones was the most involved thing I finished in Seas, and there are a few that are much, much more involved than that. Oh, Scorn Flute. Go. Undistinguished souls this time. It might have to do with where you find the Scorn Fluke in terms of what it drops. As the last two times where I got Immaculate Souls, that was specifically in the Blue Kingdom. And the Blue Kingdom is usually more rewarding in a lot of ways. I'm not going to put in a Juxtamare just yet, because it's kind of a waste of time. There's a bunch of stuff I can do there. I can get profit there, terror reduction, all sorts of stuff. But I've already done it all there. Like, there's nothing new there. Let's see how few trips I can do with for this Eleutheria relay. I think I'm going to have to come back here at least one more time. Just by virtue of hold space, more or less. It would also be good to buy Panes of Glass before I completely leave Albion, because that is one of about 2 resources that I'm actually limited on. The other resource that appears to really limit me, apart from Panes of Glass, is, what's it called? Bronzewood. Just Bronzewood. You just need immense amounts of Bronzewood all the time. Oh, you can supply visions of heaven, of the heavens now. And hours. Okay, so the requirements here are different. We'll do 2 consignments of Bronzewood. And 3 visions for 5% progress is not good enough. 10% progress for 5 hours. So that would be 25 hours to get that done. So we're going to be at this for a bit. Just going back and forth, like, delivering stuff. Bit of supply, cool. Yeah, da 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 da. This is kind of the placid, ordinary bit of the whole thing. I could pop over to the Clockwork Sun. I did take on a prospect for that I'm probably just going to abandon. Oh, whoops. Yeah. There's a point with the horological office where they're supposed to give me a tool that lets me deal with unraveled time. And it's like a really crazy, high-value thing to do. It gives you a bunch of terror. There's a lot of crazy mirrors checks involved. You can absolutely lose a captain doing it, but it's very profitable to do. I don't remember how much you need to run around before they'll give you that option, though. Put that away. I think I just randomly found that. Okay, they need hours in sets of 5. So I can carry 20 hours. You know, that is a good point. I need to get some drink. Well, I'm gonna step up for a moment and take 5. I will get myself a glass of water and perhaps a bit of tea. I've got some nice honey. It's a wild foam honey that I got from the Renaissance Fair. So let's put that to work and take a moment to stretch and all that good stuff. So, excuse me. Firstly, the promised commitment to a glass of water. Ah. Let's get this out of the way.
while I'm waiting on that pot to boil, I wonder if I make an adjustment. There is my winch and pulley. Is it the best I can do? Might be. It's 4 more hold space than I get out of the Proserpina. There. That's enough. With this, we can finish the relay in 1 more shot. Well, let's get started on that trip. Oh, nope, there goes the tea. Of course, the moment I said this. Go. Ah. Bit of a collision. Okay. I do wonder what the lawgiver was in Sunless Sea. In the absence of light, we knew the absence of death, yes, but I suppose time marches on even in the absence of light. But it wasn't manipulated as such in that time. The alteration of hours seems more unique to Sunless Skies. At least I'm not aware of that being a commodity anytime before Skies. So I appreciate the introduction of new concepts like that. New contrabands, so to speak. It's not actually considered contraband anywhere, but I think the judgments would perhaps disagree. Ooh, still quite hot. Nicely honeyed, though. Oh, does this have something in it? Or is this the same one I had... That's the same one I had sailed past previously. I'm not often going back the same direction so soon. 2, 3, 4, 5. Second phase is complete. A crumbling ruin resolves in the mist. The London dreadnought HML Resounding has arrived at the nearly complete relay, disgorging a number of unsympathetic gentlemen in blue jackets. They've ordered the workers to down tools. They are from Her Renewed Majesty's Customs Service. Their leader is a stiff-bearded man, a quiver with barely contained anger. Eleutheria is a haven of smugglers, dissidents, and maniacs, he barks. Her Majesty's government can't allow you to open a new border without proper authorization and monitoring. That's a law, is it? Retorts a bristling foreman. The revenue man hesitates. Probably. Until I'm told otherwise, I'm going to assume you shouldn't be doing it. The foreman snorts. This is a private facility. You just want another thing you can tax to raise funds for your luncheon club. I demand to speak to your supervisors. Please do, says the revenue man, oilily. He's in London. Right, the foreman turns to you. Go and speak to this man's supervisor. Good grief. Well, back off to the ministries. My terror has actually been creeping up a little bit. Going in and out of Dusking's Deep without any terror maintenance is gonna do that. So we'll stop in at Warlebury for a bit. Make sure we're all hunky-dory. Unsettled dreams. I'll make sense of it. Gets me a vision of the heavens. It's pretty cool. And, yeah. We will convert these to a moment of inspiration. Up to 4 of them now. I need to be aware that my crew has declined a little bit. I know the right sorts, let me in. I'll wear a hat. Report. And we'll just spend time on rubbery lumps and tea and donkeys and things. We will think about it a little bit. Spare hours. Laying the deck with shops. Slide across to the off-season. Along the beach. Visit the cult. What are they doing? Join a ritual. Continues on Warlebury Beach, but they're referring to the non-off-season beach. Interact with some donkeys for more savage secrets. This is the easiest method of getting savage secrets that I found in the game. It's also the reason why I have lots of Tales of Terror. Just a little bit of grind. Cheap munitions, we'll take them. And now we're headed back to London. Let's see. We're on to 1913. I think this captain's been sailing for several years. I'm trying to remember when Sunless Skies begins. I think it's in... I thought it was in 1908 or 1909. Might be earlier than that. A lot of folks online are grousing that the timeline of Fallen London is soon to catch up with Sunless Skies, and thus there should be plot lines about the sky from then on out. But it's unclear whether or not they'll actually do anything about that in Fallen London, because Sunless Skies moves London out of the Neath entirely into the skies, and it would be a complete change. They'd have to completely overhaul the website. But Sunless Skies has much to do with hours and time manipulation. So the notion that the clock should be accurate and match between both games, I think, is not on the mark. Ah, good. Paying respects here is a really, really nice terror reduction. And then at London, we'll tell them to open up Dusking's Deep. I haven't seen as many Glorious Dreadnoughts. I wonder if the Glorious Dreadnought spawn is reliant on the Strength of the Sun. So I've not been doing a lot to keep the Strength of the Sun, you know, good. I've really been letting it go. I am at the point where my wealth is more than just a nest egg. Rabazon still wants things, yada yada. Wandering the streets is not what I need to do. Is it the Steam and Sapphire Yards? Well, I should get repairs. And I should talk with the stalwart bookkeeper about... No, that's not right. I need to go to... the Firebrain Conductor about a new passenger, delivery to Lustrum. Oh, right. This is the wrong port to be at. Well, since I stopped in here accidentally, we'll grab a bit of tea. So I was supposed to stop into the Office of Works. And they might ask for something, and we'll see if I have it. If they need me to slap a royal dispensation on the table, I've got one. So there. I think I've actually got 2. Custom service. There we go. Yeah, I can pull some strings with 1 Cryptic Benefactor, or I can use 1 unlicensed chart to work it through Corrupt. I'll just pull some strings. Alright, the relay works. Excellent. Deal with this. They would like Thirsty Bombazine and an Uncanny Specimen. We could easily do that, but it's not what I want to do right now. What I want to do right now is go to Pan. So we're off. You know, have my Veils gotten up to the point where I can use better storage? Well, this is mirrors-based, but I think the higher capacity ones is Veils-based. My effective Veils is 43. So I think 45 might be a break point. I know that 65 is a break point. 65 is required for the best one. At least, I've never seen tier 5 equipment, which would theoretically be like 85. I don't think you can really get your stats to go that high. Oops, wrong way. So I think the Undeparted is the only variety of enemy that I have seen but not killed. Not counting the Glorious Dreadnoughts. So we might run into some of that in Eleutheria. That could be interesting. Immaculate Souls, cool. We've gotten we're still sitting at something like, 26 or 27 Immaculate Souls, which is kind of preposterous, I think. I suppose we haven't cracked 100 on any particular resource, and that would be the point where it was truly ridiculous. It'd be like quantities that I couldn't get rid of. The Eleutheria Transit Relay. Custom check. Travel to Eleutheria first class for free. It would be a damn liberty if you were expected to pay after the amount you sank into building this thing. All right. Huh. Good to get that done. Okay, on to Pen. These are the collywobbles where you are never alone in the dark. Well, I suppose we're going through the middle of them now. That is an Undeparted. They can stealth. They do decent damage. And they've got a melee attack. There we go. What are these? These are the most grandiose things I've seen in terms of their attack pattern. Is it dead? How is it not dead before, with its tatters of flesh and its bared bones? There is admittedly rather less of it now, but is that enough? As you watch, parts of it fade from sight. The touch of your lamplight reveals them again, but it is enough to make you wonder if it is there at all. Which is true, the presence or the absence? I can burn the remains. I can pry out its eyes for Nevaritine gemstones at only a 50% success rate. I can harvest its bones. I'll harvest the bones. I'm missing some hull. What else does this do? Is it just a little bit of recovery? No. That's almost nothing. So you can get Nevaritine gemstones from it. I think what matters is how many you get. If it's just like 2, then that's definitely not worth it. I feel like hunting creatures is much less valuable in sunless skies compared to sunless seas. But maybe I'm being forgetful. I mean, the most profitable thing to do in sunless seas is a triangular trade route. You just get a trade route figured out and go to town. Or you smuggle sunlight. Although I suppose that's unfair. These guys, the senior scriveners, are fairly profitable to hunt. Also, you can just hunt bees. There we go. And we've got a library here. Scraps of old knowledge. Very good. We'll hang on to those. They seem to have weird utility. You can gather them up for a Searing Enigma. 2 scraps of ancient knowledge. Excellent. Crept up a decent bit of terror. Is there anything you can do in Eleutheria to reduce terror? Not a lot. You can spend time around in, what's it called? The Xanthus Moon is good for decreasing terror. It's a wonder, so just being close to it reduces terror. Also, passing on opportunities at, you can get a terror reduction at Aklis, and passing when you're given the chance to loot a crossroads will reduce your terror. Oh, well, this can reduce terror. Just cost the supply. Partial success. Partial success on that does not reduce terror. Seeking company. I'll have to make sure I put in at the Berenger soon enough. Turn to pen. I forgot to recruit crew while I was still in London, so we're gonna have to recruit crew here and hope that it doesn't turn out a low roll. It'd be great if it was the hour of leading. The hour of arguments. I will listen and observe. Visions of the heavens are pretty valuable. We got a savage secret instead. Bummer. Bombazine to House and Chains. Bride Tea to Aklis. Sure, we'll take those on. Whether or not we do any of that stuff, it's very questionable. We'll see how we're feeling. But mostly, we're going to go before the Cypress King to consult about the courtesy. The king expects tribute first, something appropriate, 7 savage secrets, a crimson promise, steeped in old starlight, a moment of inspiration prized from the skull of a... The masked citizen interrupts. That sounds like a lot of work, and we're already here. Will one of these do instead? They draw a luminous bottle from their bag. Inside, a knotted soul stirs, the inconsistent color of a blue bottle's back. It opens 7 slitted eyes lazily. Goodness, yes please. The eerie soul changes hands. The king will speak, but, in accordance with Pan's restrictions on storytelling, only to one of you. The citizen paid for it. Afterwards, the citizen relays what they learned. The king says there is an order to creation. Suns at the top, us near the bottom, and other beings, flukes and messengers and so forth, between. Some secrets, like the courtesy, are dangerous even to speak of if you are in the lower echelons. The king suggests we act something higher up. Each of the 3 principal factions in Pan reveres such a being. I have a plan. They lead you away from the king's grove. Pan is home to many sects and factions. The 3 are preeminent: the Brazen Brigade, the Heart Catchers, and Winters Reside. Join one, win their trust, advance in their ranks, and then coax an answer about the courtesy from their patron. I'm going to look into something else. The king has given me an idea. If you want to speak to me, leave a message in this grove. I'll check it regularly. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to kick up on something I had avoided. Assuming that my current level of dedication is not enough. Let's see where we're at. And let's remember to hire crew first, because I've said that twice and forgotten it twice. Kingsadill, new crew. Come along. 3 new crew. It's fine, but that's fine enough. I don't need a fully stocked crew at the moment, so it's okay. Okay. I get the vague feeling that I'm going to be asked to make a very difficult hearts check. Though we're pretty good on that. And we can't be much better. Let's see how this goes. Okay, I can't seek another audience. I can't get counsel. Visions of Heaven for an unlicensed chart. Alright, so this is what we'll have to do. Offer yourself in a perilous right to aid a heartcatcher. An old heartcatcher has succumbed to an insidious poison. Drastic measures are required to effect a cure. Not to put too fine a point on it, the old warhorse says, but we will need your head. He eyes your neck critically. If successful, this will allow access to the innermost grove of the Heartcatchers, where the oldest of them sleeps. If not, well, the game features a robust legacy system, allowing deceased captains to pass much of their progress on to those that follow. I had mentioned this earlier. Let's see how this goes. The old warhorse explains the problem. One of the Heartcatchers has been poisoned by doubt, and we've been unable to arrest the toxin's progress. All but one of its fruit have contracted the poison, and if the last one succumbs, the entire plant will die. We need you to masquerade as one of its fruit, and fortify the remaining head. The process is not without danger, he confesses. First, you are asked to inhale mists from a copper bowl. Vapors from the Aclean marsh, the old warhorse explains. It's for the best. Your world disjoints. Events separate into isolated moments, each untroubled by sensation or emotion. A lamplit grove ringed by veiled gardeners. The heads of a heartcatcher look down at you, speaking with tongues of fire. The old warhorse advancing with a set of garden shears. Observe how the firelight gleams upon the blades. Let what will be, be. A sharp sound, like a tailor's scissors, a period of darkness. Then you're being carried, facing backwards. You can't see where you're going, but you can see what's left behind. A body, slumped among the roots of a heart catcher. It does not look back at you. It cannot. Then, you are lifted up and set among the branches of another heart catcher. Around you dangle a gallery of stern heads. The nearest is unsmiling, distinguished, and reminds you of your aunt. This is the head you're here to help. The others cluster about it like vultures. Their cheeks are veined with green poison. The poisoned fruit cluster around the healthy one like vultures. All our counsels go awry, leads one handsome head, its sideburns speckled with gray. Another, pinched-lipped like a sour old lawyer, nods. Yes, that's because we're a fraud. We've pretended to know more than we do, and others, through kindness or gullibility, have believed us. A chorus of nods. The head that resembles your aunt has no answer. I can lend my stubbornness. Well, I've got a 100% success chance. Locked. I don't know why. Oh, I see. You are a severed head. So you have to be a severed head to do this. You whisper a word of encouragement. Her jaw tightens. Her eyes flicker towards you. Her lips twist in thought. And she looks back to her accusers. I question your assertion. We've advised kings and curators and measurers. If our advice was bad, why did they return? One of the poisoned heads falls silent. It seems lost in thought. Are its veins less green than they were? The other head turns their attention to you. Who's this? The pinch-faced one demands. Are you new? A younger head, fair-haired and mournful, turns her attention back to their victim. A stranger, someone who hasn't known you as long or as well as we have. Lending sight. Quite right, the head that looks like your aunt agrees. My associate's identity isn't important. Their point is, absolutes aren't a helpful frame for this discussion. The other heads grumble. Don't be dramatic. It was a little exaggeration for rhetorical effect, says the handsome head silkily. Our point was clear. We've done more harm than good. Must I list our failures? I have plenty of time. I'll present a counterpoint rather than try an irons test that I'm not liable to get. The head nods in its cradle of vines. This is so. We have never given advice we knew to be false. We've not wasted our cognition on matters of no significance. We have, of course, been wrong, and will be so again. But that has to be acceptable. We don't have the privilege of certainty. We are counselors, not priests. The accusers scoff. And that's enough, is it? The pinch-faced head demands. To try and to falter? As long as we did our best, that's what matters? Never mind those we fail? The handsome head looks at her, pityingly. Do you really believe that? He asks. I believe it more than I don't, she answers. Marginally. That will have to do. A couple of the other heads nod, convinced. The pinch-faced head is one of them. Perhaps it will, he says. Green tinge has faded from his cheeks. The majority of the heads are still poisoned. The heart catcher is not cured, but maybe it can manage. Sometime later, during the hour of knots, the green-fingered old warhorse retrieves your head. There is another bloody and elaborate rite in the lamplit grove. With a complex series of stitches, your head is restored to your shoulders. You are left with a persistent itch, though, around the base of your neck. It will endure to the end of your days. I will seek an audience with the oldest of the heart catchers. You are led to the roots of a gnarled heart catcher and down a tunnel of stone. The green-fingered old warhorse stops. I'm permitted no further. You go on alone, into a wide space, half cave and half chamber. An immense, creaking heart catcher fills it. Huh, you can get a new facet unlocked here. That's cool. I will ask, what is the courtesy? The great head opens its eyes. It tells you a tale, slowly at first, then quicker, like a stone rolling downhill, of a war that broke out between the stars, and how, when the first star died, they paused. To end the war, they made the courtesy, an agreement which sets out the terms and rituals under which one star can kill another. And to ensure the courtesy was kept, they... The storyteller stops. If it tells you the rest of this story, it fears what you will do with it. I have learned my lesson, it says, and will speak no more. Its eyes close. You leave. You'd better tell the masked citizen what you've learned. I'm gonna go for another audience. I will drink from the bitter waters. Periodically, the last head has woken and wept. The tears have scored its face, cut grooves in the altar, and worn away the floor to make a silver pool. A bowl has been set beside the pool. You drink. The waters are cold and sharp with salt. A melancholy floods you, and you slump at the pool's edge. The bowl falls from your hand. You dream. You see a blazing golden sun, so close it fills the sky. It shudders. It dims. You watch as it draws its fires into itself, becoming sullen, crimson coals. Its surface cools, scabbing over with a black crust. Shadows flood this region of sky. When you wake, the head's eyes, gray as ghosts, are watching you. The story you tell might not be the one that others hear, it says. Its eyes close again. So I can eavesdrop to gain moments of inspiration. 3 Eleutherian mysteries for a moment of inspiration. That's a solid little rate. The first storyteller began a war and was cast into a well, it says. The second turned a sun to night and was cursed to live. What will the third do, and how will they end? Cursed to live, what does that mean? I have found the first storyteller. I don't know about the second one. I get the feeling that to learn about the second storyteller, I may have to explore an extinguishment. Let's talk to the masked citizen and see what's next. You arrange to meet the citizen in the statue grove. Somewhere nearby, a revel of Pan's citizens inform him. Courtesy is a pact between stars which delineates the rules by which the suns may murder one another. They give a hollow laugh and run a shaking hand over their eyes. As below, so above. And now I hesitate to mention my idea. I would rather know no more. I would rather forget what I've already learned. But it occurred to me that if we want to know the sun's dirty secrets, we should ask a sun who has turned his coat. They point to the sable quarter of the sky where Eleutheria's midnight sun seethes. We can seek an audience with the Halved at the House of Rods and Chains, and thanks to you, now we have a better idea what to ask. I am immensely intrigued by this notion. I've been kind of wanting to do this for a long time. Let's make sure we're stocked. Stocked enough. We have some deliveries to the House of Rods and Chain, right? 3 bombazine. You got it. No problem. Where's my bombazine? There it is. There we go. I also had some crew back there digging for amber a long friggin' time ago. So I should probably elect that or relieve them at some point. Anyways, we're off to the House of Rods and Chains. Let's see. I'm not planning on spending too much more time online for tonight. But let's see this done. I'm not too concerned at this point with which skills I'm actually increasing. It's good that I had already done all the runaround rigmarole regarding getting in good with the heart catchers. Ah. Crossroads. I will refuse. You can certainly get a lot of stuff by going along with the deals at the crossroads, but the price is high. I will try to get a vision of the heavens. I need to not accidentally fly into an extinguishment while I'm dealing with this fight. Almost kind of backed up into this thing. And I still don't know what happens if I fall into one. I think it'll probably give me like a series of tests. And then, you know, pass or fail those, it's gonna do some weird stuff. But something like that is probably nasty on the level that I could permanently lose attributes. And we don't want to tangle with that stuff too much if we can avoid it. Ooh, amber. Ah, dang it. I left my drill behind. That's right. I forgot. The 3 different names. Signal the wreck for a bit of crew. I'm glad I'm being pulled out to the House of Rods and Chains, just to continue my business with Mr. Barleycorn, if nothing else. A giant died here, wreathed in melancholy mists. You know, I forget if it's been revealed why it is this messenger died. I think the messenger, I think it was a punishment by their judgment that the messenger played a role in one of the deaths involved. Witness the Lament of Axile. Sure. Turn in some thirsty bombazine. Eleutherian mysteries, cool. Oh, no, I wanted to go back to the, Spire of Inches to visit Mr. Barleycorn's study. I will give him the seal of Mr. Pipes. Perhaps it is true that we live too long. Mr. Barleycorn daubs the seal in ink and presses it to paper. I suppose there are less pleasurable paths to follow through the emptiness awaiting. Though the emptiness awaiting at the end of that once will be dark indeed. I favor music myself. A symphony is as potent to me as good wine is to you. Your kind have been bounteous in that regard. The seal of Mr. Menagerie. I confess, I am amazed it has survived. My master was not tolerant of its various weaknesses, its single-mindedness, its cleaving to antiquated custom. How it chafed at its chains. Mr. Barleycorn dips the seal in ink and presses it to paper. Still, I am glad it has found new purpose. I am pleased to hear it's doing well. Oh, oops, I was supposed to bring that. Dang it. It's not even, like, expensive or difficult. The black sun revolves until its spasming eye fills the spire's window. The distance between you and it distorts, shortening until the eye fills the sky and you can feel the sun's pull tugging at your weight. Mr. Barleycorn hurries forward, carrying a metal bowl. It is filled with what looks like oil. Drink and listen. You do so. The masked citizen follows suit. Your mouth begins to itch, then you feel a stab of pain. You lift a hand to it and feel the corner of your lip slowly split open, parting the flesh of your cheek. The citizen cries out. You see their own mouth widen until it stretches from one side of their face to the other, then splits into two. A second mouth crawls over their cheekbone to settle on their forehead. Your face writhes, and you hear a gasp as your new second mouth takes its first breath. Ask, instructs Mr. Barleycorn. It has ensconced itself on your forehead. You touch it, feeling familiar lips, gums, teeth, a tongue. When it speaks, though, it is not in your voice, but one of wind and fire. What is the courtesy? You feel its movements as it answers. An agreement between suns, regulating when one of... We knew that, the citizen shouts, and then looks appalled as their own new mouth picks up the answer. An order of Lagoy that were made to be the agreement's impartial arbiters. They are also charged with keeping the existence of the courtesy and the strife in the heavens a secret from lesser beings. You feel the heat of its voice wash across your face as your new mouth responds. They use the fire that follows to find those who would betray it and punish them. If necessary, a logos of the courtesy will physically substantiate to finalize matters. Your new mouth purses its lips as if considering how to answer. The masked citizens is more eager and butts in. A logos is a word of living fire, it says, flame licking from its tongue, spoken into being by a judgment to fulfill a specific function. That is entirely false, your own mouth responds, but it will do. Why are they determined to keep the courtesy a secret? To keep up appearances, masked citizen's original mouth says, with dawning realization. Because the greatest are subject to the same follies as the least. Even the sons indulge in spite and pettiness and murder. There is no state of grace. And, your new mouth says, perhaps because for every law, there is a loophole. Mr. Barleycorn lumbers forward. Your audience is concluded. Enough, the masked citizen's second mouth snaps. Answers have been given, understanding bestowed. We will not speak again, except in one instance, should it come to pass. The mouths crawl down face and neck to position themselves more discreetly. You can feel it when your clothes catch on it. Eleutheria's midnight sun withdraws gradually from the window, but the thudding pressure of its attention is still on you. If it is possible, it seems pleased. Mr. Barleycorn stands. Please leave, it says. When you return to your engine, the masked citizen said, I would very much like to go home, and locks themselves in their cabin. Yet another thing learned that we should not know. You meet up with the crew at the designated spot, and they hand over what amber they found. That done, they return to the train to take a much-needed wash. Alright, we've got a bit of amber. We could trade at the Rubbery Men's Market. We'll grab a port report because Eleutherian mysteries are cool. Yeah, this place is worth an extra one. Oh, I still have a rubbery passenger. Whoops. I forgot to drop them off. I can trade mysteries for amber. Trade Trade for fuel. Sample wares, commingle choirs. I don't really. Trade for curiosities. Sure. Ugh. I think I have to go deeper into the house. There's a, the Shapling Vats is where you can, like, get various things. Lost soft amber. Okay, so you can add verdant seeds, cage catches, dried tea, gemstones, chorister nectar. Okay, and if I don't add anything, I go from 3 down to 2. Okay, so I need to have, like, a lot of other stuff to try and figure out this amber. It seems to me that this is the kind of interaction that's very complicated and not necessarily very profitable. Considering that there are so many other ways to get everything else that might be necessary, I don't know why it would be prudent to engage with this. Okay, so he wants to go. So the mast. He wants to go home. We would be best to use the Reach Transit Relay in this case. Something down here? Let's see if this is something permanent or temporary. Getting a little bit of exploring done. That's just this. That's nothing. Crockery. Just hanging out. Hubba. Okay, back to the Collywobbles. So, yeah, we're going to be cutting across to Eagles Empyrean. I will stop in at Piranesi, because Piranesi is the kind of place that it looks like you have to visit, 6 times to complete. I've got tea for Aglis if I wanted to stick around here, but I really don't care to. We've honestly got so many resources that our major goal is just to keep pressing along in terms of our search for the truth. I'm not of the mind to dilly-dally. Bit of bronzewood for my trouble, thank you. Okay, I will loop around the southern side of this. Moment to right myself. There we go. Oh my, all sorts of things hanging out. Well, that is an extinguishment. That reminds me, I need to make sure I'm carrying some Eleutherian mysteries the next time I go up to the Beringer. Without some Eleutherian mysteries, you cannot give electron extinguishments, which is one of the necessary steps to get respected over there. Is it loud? The background music here in Eleutheria is a bit much. The howling. I'm glad that I don't have to fear it anymore, but... Gardens, contemplate the sculptures...
I'll go out with the gallant reformer again. Write a port report. Get started. Tell him a cautionary tale. 2 more rapport with the reformer. Still need 8 to learn about the other chaplains, alright. Something is following behind you, in footfalls perfectly matching your own. I'd like to let him know that something is following us. The reformer doesn't turn his head. He tells you that, in hope of escape, some of the prisoners change for the worse. Some crawl through the changing tunnels, warping their features and hollowing out the warm parts of their brains. In so doing, they become monsters, further from redemption than ever. You force yourself not to look back. After a few moments, you no longer feel the breath on your neck. From the corner of your eye, you catch a shadow flitting between patches of darkness. The thing behind you is gone. I'll go with the glistening deformer. A knotted, multi-jointed limb unwinds from the glistening deformer's sleeve. With surprising dexterity, he plucks an iron lamp from a high shelf. "Follow me," he commands. You follow him out of the cottage, up the gravel path, to the doorstep of Piranesi. Footprints are worn into the stone. He has no key. He unfurls a notched, scabbed finger from his unpleasant limb and slides into the keyhole. The door opens with a click, and you follow the deformer into the dark. There's a reformer's secret and deference to the deformer 5. One gaunt prisoner sits atop a spiked wheel, casually aiming a rifle at the deformer's head. I will insist that the rifleman lower his gun. The rifle-wielding vigilante is a gaunt fellow, eyes deep-set and gleaming, cheekbones sharp as cut glass. His curly hair would sit much better on a fuller, healthier face. On hearing your protest, he pulls the trigger a few times, generating a chorus of unassuming clicks. "Ain't loaded. Burned through my ammunition long ago. Except this." He points at a bullet hung around his neck on a length of string, saving it for a rainy day. You notice the deformer gazing thoughtfully in your direction with at least 3 of his eyes. Perhaps he appreciates your intervention on his behalf, however unnecessary. "Give us a hand," he says. "I need to change it if I'm to escape this place, right? But I'm a stubborn fella. Not one much prone to introspection, if you catch me drift. I'm not good at a British accent of any kind, although theoretically everybody in this game should have a British accent. I'll offer to help him alter himself." You sit beside the vigilante and begin offering ideas. When he likes what he hears, his skin ripples. Skin is so fragile, has he considered a carapace? Eyes are a weakness when he can taste the air with his tongue. And oh, the possibilities for limbs. He objects to some of your proposals, agrees enthusiastically to others. Finally, his imagination stoked like a fire, the vigilante thanks you and begins to crawl into one of the tunnels. You leave him to his privacy as he threads himself in, inch by crunching and convulsing inch. Haggard prisoners cluster on ledges like gargoyles, clinging by fingertips and tailbones. Most still look human. "The Warrens are your salvation," says the deformer. "Become glorious like me. Majesty and monstrosity, beauty and abomination." One shivering wretch hops down. "A volunteer?" asks the deformer in delight, nudging him toward a tunnel far narrower than he is. But on seeing the tunnel, the would-be volunteer changes his mind and backs away.
persuade him to enter the tunnel. You offer reassurance and hope, far more soothing than the deformer's sharp questions. Your words of encouragement take a moment to sink in. Finally, the prisoner nods, braces himself, and kneels down. He begins to work himself gradually into the tunnel, with a series of agonizing pops and cracks. Some of the deformer's mouths mouth in your direction. Well spoken. Following the volunteer's example, a few of the surrounding prisoners clamber down and search for an unoccupied tunnel of their own. Time to go. That's my second tour. So now that we've got this follower who's persistently going after us, I get the feeling that something about looking back would be the second rule of Piranesi. I can pick up a bargain here for bronzewood, might as well. Even if it slows us down, because it's heavy as hell. With that, we're off to the Eagle's Empyrean. Slow progress in Piranesi, but it's something. If we ever need to get something out of there or understand it more fully, it'll be good to have done everything there. I forgot to bring the pardoning papers to Mr. Barleycorn. Oops. And it might be a while before I go back to the House of Rods and Chains, so we'll probably leave some of those story threads untouched on this captain. Maybe we will have to come back here, I don't know. Usually though, when it comes to writing an overarching story, you don't want to force the player back to the same places again and again. There should be a route through the story that does not retread upon itself. Let's see what happens here in the Belt at Midnight. Given that I don't have a drill for this amber. Oops. No, we're not quite in the Belt at Midnight yet. Last time I went through here, I did have, I was beset by an undeparted. That was unpleasant. I could full steam through here, but it doesn't always turn out nice. Right. There were no Eagle's Empyrean deliveries, that's right. Unsettled Dreams. I don't have too much terror. I'll get a vision of the heavens. I noticed that I didn't get an event from the fire that follows after I had, done things in the House of Rods and Chains. Anytime I want to create distance, the Vala is the better weapon to use, as opposed to the, what's it called? To the Wrath of Heaven. Okay, here we are. I'll check in at the Eagle's Empyrean before I continue onwards. Unless it's ticked over, which it very well could have, I think they wanted a certain port report here. Visit the embassy. Intelligence in the House of Rods and Chains. Intelligence on Piranesi. Otherworldly artifacts for a moment of inspiration is incredible. If I can just do this ad nauseum, that's really, really good. See, this is increasing ministry officials' gratitude. Or just the ministry's gratitude, okay. Observation, strength of the sun, okay. Okay, that's all my otherworldly artifacts for moments of inspiration. I'll have to get more otherworldly artifacts later, but, yeah. I'd like to get full repairs, please. Thank you. Visa checked by the guards. The Ovu of Returned Skies. Vision of the Heavens. Pretty cool. Alright. Czar's got caged catches. We'll take them. Get a little restocked, because this is going to drop me off in an annoying area. And pop over the relay. And we'll provide the munitions to travel the Reach. So I am wondering at this point, what will be done once about our understanding of the courtesy? Like, we know now a decent bit about the courtesy, but what is the overarching truth to understand about that? Something tells me that the death of Albion's son is related to a loophole in the courtesy. If the courtesy is a law that defines how the stars die, or how they're allowed to kill one another, and there is a loophole in the law, then understanding the courtesy fully implies understanding how to kill a star. Bronze that I can't have because I'm carrying the wrong stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna go south or north. It's basically the same, right? So there was an argument for staying in Eleutheria so that I could visit the Beringer, but it doesn't matter much. When you get down to it, relay crossings aren't really expensive. When you've got a ship with this kind of hold space, the Agravain, you don't really need to be efficient about whatever you're doing. You can just go... You can cross the entire map if you want. Seriously? You gonna make me do this? There. You're done. Moving on. I do have a... I should probably also take a trip in Carillon while I'm here. Fix that extra soul quality I picked up. I need to find out what the next leg of the journey is, in terms of the truth. Because we've definitely gotten around. Been to Eleutheria, the Forge of Souls, out to London, gathering sigils of correspondence. I can't recall if any of the tasks that we had to accomplish could be done solely in the Reach. One of them was Reach focused, but we had to grab something from Albion to complete it. Which is certainly why it's recommended to go after the truth on a later captain. It involves a lot of flying around dangerous areas. But we've been to those places now, and we've navigated most of the dangers of the game. I don't know what is lurking that is more challenging. I think what awaits us at this point has the appearance of being a lot of busy work in order to read the stories that we're trying to read. Yet another trek back to New Winchester. This does lead me to think that I should have invested the time to go to the Behringer and ask them about possibly stronger engine. The Burrower's Breath will risk losing an unlicensed chart, and we're good. So, back to New Winchester, and considering our ambition. The jars accumulating outside their cabin painted a melancholy picture. The citizen had been steeping themselves in lamp after lamp of starshine. Perhaps the familiar captive starlight reminded them of times before you learned of the hypocrisy of suns, before you both grew the second mouths hidden beneath your clothes. The citizen climbs, blinking from your engine. Our quest has led us down roads that are hostile to my disposition. Having learned of the forces at play, I have little hope of seeking our friend again. I don't know about you, but I intend to begin drinking heavily. Good luck in all your endeavors. You have a picture now of what the Staunchverger was pursuing, and how. With the Baroness, you learn that stars can only be killed by beings of comparable magnitude. With the Didact, you found that thousands of stars have died in a secret civil war. With the Citizen, you learned that the Courtesy, a pact between the stars, determines the procedures by which they may murder one another. With Meg, you discovered that the Courtesy conceals the existence of the bloodshed. If you learned the truth, you are hunted by the fire that follows. If your friend discovered all this and more, the fire must have been hunting her. But where would she have tried to hide from it? Fortunately, Meg's search for the Staunchverger has borne fruit. She and the bedeviled Didact seek you out. The Azazel was seen passing Lustrum and heading over the edge toward the Wastes, says Meg. The Didact looks grim. The Wastes are starless spaces, cold and barren, haunted by evil winds. She cannot survive there. You have a choice now. Follow your friends in pursuit of the truth, or abandon your ambition and its perils. It is not too late. For you, at least. You could still seek wealth or fame, instead of this quest into forbidden secrets which have no good end. If you choose to continue this unwise pursuit, travel off the edge of the Reach and search for your friend. You will need a store of supplies and fuel. If you choose to abandon your mission, you can do so here. You will not turn back now. Is it loyalty, curiosity, or do you have more ambitious aims? After all, you have learned that suns can die. The staunch Verger's engine, the Azazel, was seen heading toward the waste. You must follow her to where all maps fail. Travel beyond the edge of the map to search for your friend. Should you come to your senses before you find her, you may return here to end your quest. Let's put away everything that is not fuel and supplies. Let's see, 1613. Well, that's pretty stocked. And we should be fully repaired. Repair your locomotive fully. And we can refuel further in Lustrum before we go off the edge of the map, which is either like here or over here past the Grave of the Silent Saint. I've accidentally gone past the Grave of the Silent Saint before, but this is leading me to think it's, maybe that's on purpose. So, the wastes would be a reasonable place to run, sort of. I mean, what could you have to gain there? What is there in the wastes apart from a slow death? You need to return to society in order to have any access to fuel or food. There's no way to eke a living in the absence of a sun, as far as we know. Secrets, please. Take a cryptic benefactor. We are very, very low on these. I had planned on eating maybe half an hour ago, and I'm starting to get quite hungry, but I'm really on the tail of whatever this is. And if it's... when the procedure is as clear as, sail off somewhere... Take that. Gaining a decent bit of terror out here. Let's try not to remain in the desolation of Saliba any longer. Alright. Quick stop in Lustrum. Double back. Cost fuel, that's fine. Moving on. Getting more fuel soon enough. the celebration here. I don't think I have anything here to explore. All right. That's stock to be sure. So, do we just sail out this way, out into, you know, off the charts? Little lies beyond except a cold death. The graveyard of stars. A waste stretches before you. The star that reigned over it died cold aeons ago. Now its domain is empty of life, drowned in darkness, harried by a howling wind. Your crew beg you to turn back. All that waits ahead is the slow shedding of all that you were, and then a frozen death. The more searches you make, the better your chances of finding her. 2 supplies, 3 fuel. Just a little way. Just enough to say that you have, to be one of those rare wild few. You've angered one of the spiteful gods of the sky. Perhaps here, on the edge of the places it has taken for its own, you can win its forgiveness. Oh, that's interesting. For days you scour the waste. These are regions where the sons have died, victims of the polite slaughter concealed by the courtesy. You find nothing but frozen ruins, grim gray monuments, and rubble strewn across the sky. Winds hound your locomotive, battering her every hour of the endless night. Frost is a constant threat, creeping along pipes, infiltrating the stores. Eventually you have to turn back. When your engine and crew have thawed, you can try again. Again. On the 3rd midnight after you entered the wastes, a junior signaler cries out, "A fire, Captain!" You rush to the window. There, in a ruined palace fragment, you see a flicker of lonely flame. A small encampment is tucked into the tumbled pillars. Someone has tried to grow a plot of verdant seeds there, but the wind and cold have choked them. There's a lean-to, constructed against the side of a locomotive, which has been stripped for parts to build makeshift components. There's no sign of her at the camp. Perhaps she's taken shelter in the scavenged remains of her locomotive. You find her in the engine room, rolled in blankets beside the now cold firebox. She's half-starved and bitten with frost. Another day and you'd have been too late. You're struck by the familiar curl of her hair on one cheek, the sharp arch of her eyebrows. Her forearms and hands are wrapped in bandages. She opens her eyes. Recognition dawns in them, then horror. She pushes you away. The fire follows. If you find me, it finds me. If it finds me, it finds you. Leave me, please. None of that. She's coming with me. She fights you, but has no strength. You carry her back to your engine and put her in your cabin. She weighs next to nothing. You'll need to get her back to New Winchester and a doctor. As for the fire that follows and the wrath of the stars, well, what will happen will happen. You issue the order. Your engine, amidst its skirts of steam, lumbers around until the wastes to the aft. The crew work briskly, and soon you're thundering back into less terrible spaces. In a moment of relief, someone blows the engine's whistle. Ah, yeah, if you go off map, you get a story prompt, and then it puts you back on track. And that's what would regularly happen if I didn't have the ambition to actually look for something out there. Back to New Winchester. Stars be damned. It's kind of fascinating that we're still left to ponder what is the goal. And I suppose I expect that we're learning the truth simply for the truth's sake. Certainly, the truth that we're seeking has implications. It can be weaponized in certain ways. But do I seek to do that? No, not really. I just want to know. I'm not certain the gods would be sympathetic to something like that. In Sunless, much of the Sunless universe, when your character has traveled far and wide, you gain the power to sculpt your destiny. In Fallen London, you can aspire to a certain destiny, various things. Many such destinies involve your character entreating with the stars and earning a place that is higher on the chain. You can become the equivalent or even superior to one of the masters. One of the ambitions in Fallen London involves slaying the Vake, which I understand to be one of the masters or a master-like being. I don't know the details. I've been out of the loop on Fallen London for a long time. But I saw a lot of posts recently relating to this. I think they recently completed that storyline, put in the last few pieces for people to actually complete that ambition. And that's only one of the ambitious options. I think you can also become one of the Masters of London, just by virtue of sheer wealth. You have established the staunch Verger in a safe house belonging to Meg. To try to confound the fire that follows, the house is lampless and candleless. Instead, the Baroness has provided an electric bulb, heater, and generator from the Empyrean to illuminate and heat your friend's room. In addition, the Didact has covered every surface with talismans and amulets. You don't know if they help. You don't think he does either. The masked citizen has provided flowers, a great many flowers. The doctor you contracted was not optimistic about her chances. She's been senseless for several days while you cared for her, but finally she's beginning to wake. Beneath the pile of blankets, she's still gaunt and wan. She lost 2 fingers to frostbite. Her eyes open. When she sees you, she gives a snort of exasperation. Fool, she murmurs fondly. Her voice is scoured by the cold. Then, in a sudden flash of panic, she looks at her forearms, only relaxing when she sees the long gloves you have covered them with. A few days ago, when you removed the old, grimy bandages wrapped around her arms, you found the skin beneath, covered in script. The fire that follows must have caught her at her lodgings. Her forearms and hands were covered in secrets. Did you read them? Of course. Oh, but she did. Many. The times she believed the wrong person. The betrayal she's never forgiven herself for. The reason she doesn't speak with her sister. The fact she has never confessed her true feelings to someone. Things she did in her pursuit of the truth about the stars. You reach for some water for her, avoiding her eyes. The staunch Verger is sitting up in bed now, demolishing a bowl of soup. You both know you won't have long. The fire that follows is hunting for you. What did you hope to achieve by fleeing to the wastes? A few more months, maybe? Fire had already found me, more than once. The last time I barely escaped. I hoped the stars would find it harder to see out in the wastes. That it would be harder for the fire to find me. Perhaps that it might be afraid. She looks into your eyes. I was wrong. There is no escape. You'll see about that. Discuss what you've learned. Not even the seasoned captains know everything that two of you have learned. You can speak of this with no one else. For a while, you talk about the War of the Stars and the terms of the courtesy that conceals it. Soon, though, she asks to stop. The more you discuss it, the more you think about it, the easier it will be for the fire to find you. When I began learning these secrets, I knew you'd want to know too. Even when I learned of the fire, I assumed we'd be able to beat it, like we beat everything else. She frowns. I'm sorry. Suddenly, blue light flares in the window. You hear screams. The fire has found you. You knew it was only a matter of time. You've made preparations. You knew the fire would come, but not that it would come so soon or so stealthily. It inhabited the hearths of 4 houses around your location, then put forth embers and fingers of flame. It crept down into their cellars and then through them to adjacent cellars, building in size and intensity. Then it rose. Then when you emerge onto the roof, an abrupt inferno is broken out. Blue flames, spewing clouds of smoke, consume the surrounding buildings. They've burned a sigil onto New Winchester itself, and now, moving with impossible speed, the fires close in. On the roof, with a ring of smoke drawing in, the staunch Verger leans on you heavily. I'm sorry. You know as much as I do now. It will never stop hunting us. If I could offer myself up to spare you, I would. You feel an abrupt itching at your neck. Your second mouth, the gift from the Halved, speaks once more. This is possible, it says. You cannot flee the courtesy or defy it. You can only join in. You could appeal for the right to slay a star. You point out that you are not, in fact, a sun. Quite. However, the courtesy is unspecific on that point. Perhaps, since only suns are capable of defeating other suns, they did not think it worth forbidding others from trying. Or perhaps the idea amused them. Regardless, the requirements are the gift of a soul and an exact supplication. You are not capable of the latter, but I am. And while customarily a rare and elaborate soul is given, to symbolize the weight of the act, hers will do. Then, of course, you will ultimately have to kill a sun. It is too late for her. She knows so much the fire will always find her, but her sacrifice will summon the courtesy and allow you to bargain. The fire pounces and the staunch Verger is engulfed. The last of her secrets bloom across her skin, the petty gnawing wrongs of her youth, the extent of her feelings towards you, the fact that in the moments before she dies, she regrets making this bargain and wishes desperately that the fire had taken you instead of her. Your second mouth speaks words in the language of suns. Its tongue is a yellow flame. Its voice is deep as a brass bell. The fire that follows has burned a sigil on the city, and from the sigil arises a logos of the courtesy, a servant of the judgments, a word of living flame. It pulls the soul from the staunch Verger and brands you with it. A livid sigil is seared into your skin, closing your second mouth forever. It symbolizes your admission to the courtesy, a license to kill a sun. The smoke swirls, the fire fades. You are alone on the rooftop. You must find a way to kill a sun. You can begin at New Winchester. You are now protected from the fire that follows. Ambition, a throne of your own. You have bargained with a courtesy for the right to kill a sun. Your investigations taught you that the only beings capable of killing a sun are other suns or entities of a comparable stature. You're going to need an ally. You look for the things that suns fear, the things they forbid, the things they imprison. Incarcerated in the white well on the edge of the Blue Kingdom is a being with cause to hate the suns. Perhaps you could forge an alliance. And that's what we'll be up to when next we return to Sunless Skies. We've been at this quite a while, and we've had quite a few dramatic turns, and the drama is yet to end, for we now have a new horrifying obligation. Free of the fire that follows, we have instead to strike out against something greater. And that the next time we sit, we'll begin our journey to endeavor to kill a sun. This has been Jupiter Exile. Thank you for joining, and I hope we wander again soon. Good night.